The air did not just change temperature, it snapped. 1 step ago, my boots had been sinking into the soft, humid mud of a late August afternoon. The smell of rotting vegetation and heavy heat hung over the woods like a wet wool blanket. Then I pushed through a final thicket of brambles and the world simply broke. I stumbled forward into a clearing that should not have existed, and the first thing I felt was the skin on my right arm begin to crawl with goosebumps while my left hand stayed slick with sweat. I stood on a narrow dirt path that sliced through the center of a massive circular meadow. To my left, the grass was waist-high and golden, shimmering under a sun that felt too bright and too close. Crickets chirped with a frantic metallic intensity, but to my right, only a few feet away, the ground was hard and white. A thick layer of frost coated every blade of grass, and a low, creeping fog rolled across the frozen earth. There was no wind to move the fog. It just sat there heavy and dead. I looked back at the trees I had just emerged from. They were normal oaks and maples, their leaves a dull summer green. But as I turned my gaze back to the meadow, I realized the circle was divided into 4 perfect wedges. Behind me lay a section where the trees were exploding in violent shades of crimson and orange, their leaves falling in a constant, silent rain even though there was no breeze. Directly across from that, the land was a vibrant, neon green, filled with the scent of damp soil and budding flowers that looked like they were screaming to be born. The silence was the worst part. In the summer wedge, the insects made noise, but the sound stopped dead at the invisible line where the frost began. It was like a wall of glass had been dropped between the seasons. I took a breath and felt the air burn my throat. It was half fire and half ice. My lungs did not know how to process it. I looked down at my feet. My left boot was planted in warm, dry dirt. My right boot was sinking into a patch of slushy, half-melted snow. I reached out a hand toward the winter quadrant. The moment my fingers crossed the line, the heat of the afternoon vanished. It felt like sticking my hand into a freezer. My skin turned blue almost instantly. I pulled back, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I told myself this was some kind of atmospheric anomaly or a trick of the light, but the smell was too real. I could smell the sharp, metallic scent of an oncoming blizzard and the cloying, sweet rot of autumn leaves at the exact same time. I needed to leave. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to turn around and run back into the normal, predictable woods, but then I saw it. In the very center of the meadow, where all 4 seasons met at a single point, there was a wooden post. It was old, grayed by time and weather, and something was nailed to it. It looked like a piece of parchment, or maybe dried skin. It fluttered weakly, caught between the conflicting drafts of the 4 clashing climates. I found myself moving toward it. My body felt heavy, as if the gravity in the meadow was thicker than it was outside. With every step, the seasons shifted around me. I walked through a patch of spring and felt the spray of a cold rain that lasted only 3 seconds. I stepped into autumn and felt the crunch of 1,000 dead cicadas under my boots. The rhythm of my footsteps began to sync up with a low, rhythmic thrumming sound coming from deep beneath the earth. It sounded like a heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. I reached the center post. The air here was chaotic. It whirled around me in a dizzying spiral of hot and cold. I reached out and grabbed the edge of the parchment. It was cold to the touch, vibrating with that same subterranean pulse. There were words written on it in a dark, brownish ink that looked uncomfortably like dried blood. It said that the meadow is hungry and the seasons must turn. I looked down and realized the path I had walked in on was gone. The grass had grown over it in a matter of seconds. I turned in a full circle, looking for the gap in the trees I had used to enter this place, but the forest had closed in. The trees were taller now, their branches interlocking like skeletal fingers, and they were moving. Slowly, inch by inch, the perimeter of the meadow was shrinking. The winter section was expanding, the frost creeping toward my boots like a white stain. A sound echoed from the winter side of the clearing. It wasn't the wind. It was the sound of something heavy dragging itself over frozen ground, a slow, wet, sliding noise. I stared into the fog, my eyes watering from the cold. A shape began to form. It was tall, too tall to be human, and its limbs moved with the jerky, unnatural motion of a broken doll. It stopped at the edge of the frost line just 20 feet away. I froze. I didn't want to draw its attention, but the thing didn't have eyes. Where its face should have been, there was only a smooth, pale surface like a river stone. It tilted its head, and I heard a sickening crack of bone. Then it spoke. The voice didn't come from the creature. It came from the ground beneath my feet. It was a vibration that rattled my teeth. It asked me which season I wanted to die in. I backed away, stumbling into the summer quadrant. The heat hit me like a physical blow. Sweat began to pour down my face. I looked at the creature again, and it had changed. It was no longer pale and frozen. As it stepped into the autumn section, its skin turned the color of dead bark, and its fingers elongated into sharp, wooden claws. It was adapting. It was changing with the terrain. I realized then that the meadow wasn't just a place. It was a clock, and the hands were moving faster now. The sun in the summer wedge began to dip toward the horizon at a visible speed. The frost in the winter wedge turned into jagged shards of ice. The flowers in the spring quadrant bloomed and withered in a matter of seconds, their petals turning to dust before they even hit the ground. The creature took another step toward me. It was in the autumn section now, and the smell of wood smoke and decay followed it. I looked at the post in the center of the meadow. The parchment was gone. In its place, a small silver bell hung from a rusted nail. It began to swing, even though there was no wind. It let out a single, clear note that cut through the chaotic noise of the seasons. The moment the bell rang, the creature stopped. It bowed its head as if in prayer. I took the opportunity to run. I didn't care about the path anymore. I just picked a direction and sprinted. I lunged into the spring quadrant, my boots splashing through deep puddles of meltwater. The air was thick with the scent of pollen, so thick I could barely breathe. I felt thorns tear at my jeans, but I didn't stop. I reached the edge of the meadow and slammed into a wall of trees. But they weren't trees. They were solid, unyielding pillars of gray stone disguised as bark. I clawed at them looking for a gap, but there was nothing. I was trapped in a cage of seasons. I turned back around, and the meadow had changed again. The divisions were no longer equal. The winter quadrant now took up half the circle, and it was growing. The creature was moving again. It was faster now, its wooden claws scraping against the stone trees. It was circling me, staying just at the edge of my vision. Every time it passed through a different season, it made a sound like grinding gears. I realized the rhythm of the bell was getting faster. The chime was no longer a warning. It was a countdown. I looked at my hands. The skin on my right hand was wrinkled and spotted with age, while my left hand looked smooth and young. The meadow was affecting me too. It wasn't just shifting the seasons of the earth, it was shifting the seasons of my life. If I stayed here much longer, I would wither away into the soil or be frozen into a statue of ice. I saw a flash of something bright in the center of the clearing near the post. It was a key hanging right beneath the bell. It hadn't been there before. I knew I had to go back to the center. It was the only place where the seasons were balanced, the only place where time seemed to hold its breath. But the creature was between me and the post. It stood in the middle of the winter section, which was now a landscape of jagged ice spikes and howling winds. I took a deep breath, tasting the copper of fear in my mouth. I had to time it. I watched the creature. It seemed to struggle when it transitioned between the extreme heat of summer and the extreme cold of winter. Its body would seize up for a split second as its form shifted. That was my window. I waited for it to move from the autumn section into the summer heat. The bell chimed again, louder this time. The creature lunged. It moved with terrifying speed, a blur of brown and orange. As it hit the invisible line of the summer quadrant, it let out a hiss of steam. its limbs locked. I moved. I ran harder than I ever had in my life, my heart screaming in my chest. I dived toward the center post, my fingers reaching for the silver key. I felt a blast of cold behind me. The creature had recovered. I didn't look back. I grabbed the key and the bell at the same time. The ringing stopped instantly. The meadow went silent. The wind died. The sun froze in the sky. I looked up and saw the creature standing inches away from me. Its wooden claw was raised, frozen in the act of swinging. A single drop of black liquid hung from the tip of its finger, suspended in midair. The silence was heavier than the noise had been. I held the key tight, the metal biting into my palm. I looked at the post and noticed a small keyhole at the base, hidden under a layer of moss. I knelt down, my movements feeling sluggish, as if I were moving through honey. I cleared away the moss and inserted the key. It turned with a heavy, grinding thunk that vibrated through my entire body. The ground began to tilt. The four quadrants of the meadow started to spin like a massive carousel. The colors blurred together, green, gold, red, and white. I gripped the post to keep from being thrown off. The creature remained frozen, but its body was beginning to crack. Large fissures opened up in its bark-like skin, revealing a hollow interior filled with glowing embers. As the meadow spun faster, the stone trees at the edge began to crumble. Beyond them, I could see a void of pure blackness. There was no forest outside. There was nothing. This clearing was an island in the middle of a vacuum. I realized with a jolt of terror that I wasn't trying to escape back to the woods. I was trying to restart a machine that had stalled. The spinning reached a violent peak. I couldn't see anything but a vortex of seasons. Then, with a sound like a thunderclap, everything stopped. The meadow was gone. I was standing in a small, windowless room made of the same gray stone as the trees. In the center of the room was a large, brass clockwork engine. It was beautiful and horrific, a mass of gears and pistons that looked like they were made of bone and gold. The engine was silent. On top of it sat a glass jar, and inside the jar was a single, perfect snowflake that never melted. Next to it was a dried leaf, a fresh flower, and a handful of warm sand. These were the hearts of the seasons. I looked at the key in my hand. It was no longer silver. It was a dull, rusty iron. I heard a movement behind me. I turned, expecting to see the creature. Instead, I saw a man. He was old, so old his skin looked like parchment, and his hair was the color of frost. He was wearing a tattered coat that seemed to be made of woven grass. He looked at me with eyes that held the weight of 1,000 winters. He didn't look angry. He looked tired. He told me that he had been waiting for someone to turn the key. He explained that the meadow was a regulator, a way to keep the world outside from falling into eternal chaos. But the engine was dying. It needed a new heart to keep the cycles moving. He stepped toward me, and I noticed that his feet didn't touch the floor. He was fading, his body becoming translucent like morning mist. He reached out and touched my chest. His hand was neither hot nor cold. It was nothing. He said that the price of the key was a season of my life, not a year, but a piece of my soul that belonged to the earth. He asked me which one I would give up. If I gave up spring, I would never feel hope again. If I gave up summer, I would never feel warmth. If I gave up autumn, I would never know change. If I gave up winter, I would never know rest. I looked at the engine. It began to hum, a low vibration that called to the marrow in my bones. I realized I couldn't leave this room until the engine started again. The man was gone now, leaving only his tattered coat on the floor. I was alone with the machine. I looked at the 4 jars on the engine. There was a 5th jar, and it was empty. I knew what I had to do, but the dread was a cold weight in my stomach. I reached out toward the empty jar. As my hand got closer, the engine began to glow with a pale, sickly light. I felt a tugging sensation in my chest, a pulling of something deep and vital. I chose. I whispered the name of the season I would sacrifice. The jar filled with a swirling violet mist. The engine roared to life, the gears grinding with a sound that shook the stone walls. The room began to dissolve. I felt myself falling, tumbling through a tunnel of light and shadow. I smelled rain, then heat, then wood smoke, then snow. It happened so fast I couldn't breathe. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on the forest floor. The sun was setting, casting long, orange shadows through the trees. I was back in the woods I knew. I stood up, my joints aching. I looked around for the clearing, but there was nothing but thick brush and ancient oaks. I reached into my pocket and felt something cold. I pulled it out. It was the silver key, but it was broken in half. I started to walk home, but something was wrong. The forest felt different. The air was cool, a perfect autumn evening, but I couldn't smell the leaves. I saw the vibrant reds and oranges of the maples, but they looked gray to me. I reached out and touched a tree, but I couldn't feel the texture of the bark. I had given up my connection to the world. I had saved the seasons, but I could no longer experience them. I reached the edge of the woods and saw my house in the distance. The lights were on, looking warm and inviting. But as I stepped onto the grass of my own lawn, I felt nothing. No crunch of blades, no coolness of the earth. I was a ghost in a world of color. I looked up at the sky and saw the first stars appearing. They didn't twinkle. They were just static points of light. I went inside and sat by the fireplace. My wife was there and she asked me where I had been. She said I looked like I had seen a ghost. I tried to tell her about the meadow, about the engine and the man in the grass coat. But when I opened my mouth, no words came out, only a puff of cold, white frost. She screamed and backed away, her eyes wide with terror. I looked in the mirror and didn't see my reflection. I saw the meadow. And in the center of the clearing, a new post was being driven into the ground. The reflection in the glass did not show the familiar lines of my face or the fear in my eyes. It showed the four-way split of that impossible meadow, spinning slowly like a dying record. My wife backed away until she hit the kitchen counter, her hands trembling as she pointed at the space where I should have been. To her, I was a ripple in the air, a pocket of sudden, unnatural cold that smelled of nothing at all. I tried to reach for her, to tell her that I was still there, but my hand passed through the wooden back of a chair as if it were made of smoke. I was no longer a part of the world I had saved. I was the new gear in the machine, the fresh weight intended to keep the seasons turning for everyone else while I remained stalled in the center of the void. The room around me began to stretch and warp. The walls of my home, once sturdy and filled with the scent of pine cleaner and cooking, became translucent. I could see the skeletal structure of the house, and then I could see through the earth itself. The floor beneath my feet dissolved into that same gray stone I had seen in the heart of the engine room. I was being pulled back. The meadow was a vacuum, and it did not allow its components to wander for long. I felt a sharp tug at the base of my spine, a sensation of being reeled in by an invisible wire. The house, my wife, and the warmth of the fireplace vanished in a blur of gray and white. I materialized back in the stone chamber. The brass engine was roaring now, a rhythmic thrumming that felt like a headache behind my eyes. The man in the tattered coat was gone, but his absence felt heavy, like a lingering scent. I looked at my hands and saw they were becoming the same shade as the walls. I was fading into the architecture of the world. The fifth jar on the engine, the one containing the violet mist of my sacrificed sense, was glowing with a fierce, pulsing light. Every time it flashed, I felt a piece of my memory flicker and die. I tried to remember the smell of a rainstorm, but the concept was empty, a word without a definition. I tried to remember the sting of salt on my tongue, but that too was gone. I turned away from the machine and saw that the stone room had no door, yet the walls were not solid. They were made of layers of time. I stepped toward the wall and felt my body slip through it like a needle through silk. I found myself standing once again at the center post of the meadow. The creature with the wooden skin was gone, or perhaps it had simply become part of the trees again. The seasons were moving with a new, terrifying regularity. The sun raced across the summer quadrant, diving into the horizon only to be replaced by a moon that grew and shrank in seconds. The snow in the winter wedge rose in drifts and melted into slush in the time it took me to blink. I realized then that the post was not just a marker. It was a throne, or a cage. I sat at the base of the gray wood and watched the world cycle. I saw hikers enter the meadow from the normal woods. They would stumble out from the oaks, their faces filled with the same wonder and terror I had felt. I tried to shout to them, to tell them to turn back before they reached the center, but my voice was only the sound of the wind rattling the dry corn husks in the autumn section. They could not see me. I was the ghost of the meadow, the silent observer of the turning wheel. One woman wearing a bright blue jacket made it all the way to the spring quadrant. She knelt to touch a flower that was blooming and dying in a frantic loop. I saw the way her skin began to change, the way the meadow began to drink from her youth. I reached out, desperate to push her away, but my hand only caused a swirl of frost to bloom on her shoulder. She shivered, looked around with wide, frantic eyes, and ran back toward the trees. She was lucky. She had not reached the post. She had not felt the pull of the key. Days, or perhaps centuries, passed in the blur of the spinning sky. I learned the language of the machine. I could feel when a gear was slipping in the deep earth, manifesting as a longer winter or a summer that burned too hot. I learned to lean my weight against the post to steady the rhythm. I was the regulator now. I was the thing that ensured the children in the world outside could still jump in piles of leaves and that the old men could still sit in the sun. The cost was total. I was a man of stone and mist, a living extension of the brass engine. Eventually, the silver key appeared again, hanging from its rusted nail. It glittered with a taunting light. I knew what it was. It was the bait. The engine was hungry again. The violet mist in the jar was burning low, and the cycles were beginning to wobble. The frost was bleeding into the summer grass, turning the golden stalks into brittle glass. The neon green of spring was being choked by the cloying rot of autumn. The balance was failing because my sacrifice was being consumed. I watched the edge of the woods. I knew someone would come. The meadow had a way of calling to the lost, the curious, and the brave. I saw a young man emerge from the maples. He looked remarkably like I once had, with the same squint of disbelief and the same cautious stride. He stepped onto the narrow dirt path, his left boot in the warmth and his right boot in the frost. He looked at his hands as the goosebumps rose. He looked at the trees exploding in crimson. He began to move toward the center. I stood up from the base of the post, but I knew I was invisible to him. I was just a shimmer in the chaotic air where the seasons met. He reached the point where the gravity grew thick, his footsteps syncing with the heartbeat of the earth. Thump, thump, thump. I wanted to weep, but I had no tears left to give. I had given up the season of sorrow along with the season of joy. I was a neutral thing, a servant of the clockwork. He reached the post. He saw the parchment I had seen, though the words were different now. They were written in my own hand, though I didn't remember writing them. They told him that the world was a circle and that every circle needed a center. He reached for the silver key, his fingers trembling just as mine had. The moment he touched the cold metal, I felt a sudden, violent lightness. The heavy gray stone of my limbs began to crack and peel away. The young man looked through me, his eyes widening as he caught a glimpse of a fading shadow. I felt the wind of the world outside for the first time in an eternity. It didn't smell like anything, and I couldn't feel its temperature, but I felt the movement of it. I was being released. The engine had found a fresh heart, a new source of energy to grind into the soil. As the young man took my place, kneeling at the base of the post with the key clutched in his palm, I was cast out. I tumbled through the void, a spark of consciousness stripped of its senses. I woke up on the edge of a highway, the asphalt hot against a skin I could no longer truly feel. Cars rushed past, their engines sounding like the grinding gears of the meadow. I stood up and looked at my reflection in the window of a passing bus. I was an old man now, my hair the color of the winter fog, my skin as wrinkled as a fallen leaf. I had survived the meadow, but I had left my life behind in the jars of the brass machine. I walked toward the town, a ghost finally returned to the world of the living. I saw a child eating an orange, the juice dripping down his chin, and I felt a phantom pang of a memory of sweetness. I saw a couple shivering in the autumn breeze, huddling together for warmth, and I remembered that warmth was a thing that existed, even if I could never hold it again. I was the savior of the seasons, the man who kept the world turning, and I would spend the rest of my days wandering through a masterpiece I could no longer perceive. The meadow was behind me, hidden in the folds of the forest, waiting for the next heart to stumble onto the path where the summer meets the snow. I walked through the streets of my town like a man made of glass. The people around me were vibrant and loud, their voices clashing in a symphony of life that I could observe but never join. A woman brushed past me, her wool coat snagging on my butt, and though I saw the fabric pull, I felt no tug. I saw a dog bark at a falling leaf, its tail wagging in a blur of joy, but the sound was thin and metallic, like a recording played from a great distance. I was a ghost haunting the living, a functional relic of a bargain that had saved the sky but destroyed the man. The houses on my street looked the same as they had when I left, yet they were utterly alien. The paint on my own front door was a shade of blue that I remembered was supposed to be calming, but now it was just a frequency of light, a cold fact of physics. I stood on the sidewalk and watched the wind move through the branches of the birch tree I had planted when we first moved in. I knew the wind was cold because the neighbors were wearing scarves, and I knew the sun was bright because the shadows were sharp, but my skin remained a neutral, unchanging surface. I was a thermostat that had been disconnected from the heater. I did not go to the door. I knew what would happen if I tried to turn the knob. My hand would likely pass through the metal, or perhaps the house itself would reject me as a foreign object. Instead, I walked to the window and looked inside. My wife was sitting at the kitchen table, a cup of tea steaming in front of her. She looked older, her face etched with the kind of lines that only come from years of unexplained grief. She was looking at a photograph of us, one taken at the beach 3 summers ago. In the photo, I was laughing, my skin bronzed by a sun I could actually feel. I watched her finger trace the outline of my face in the picture, and I felt a hollow ache in the center of my chest where my soul used to be. It was not sadness, for I had given up the season of sorrow. It was merely a realization of a void. I turned away from the window and began to walk. I had no destination, but the movement seemed to satisfy some residual instinct in my marrow. I found myself heading back toward the edge of town, toward the dark line of the woods that bordered the valley. The forest was the only thing that felt real to me now, even if it was a reality of shadows and silence. As I stepped off the pavement and onto the soft needles of the forest floor, I realized that I was looking for the entrance again. I was looking for the seam in the world where the engine room hid. The woods were thicker than I remembered. The undergrowth was a tangle of thorns and vines that seemed to pull at my clothes, trying to keep me from venturing further. I pushed through them, my movements mechanical and tireless. I did not need to breathe, and my muscles did not burn with exhaustion. I was powered by the same ancient clockwork that turned the stars. I walked for hours, or perhaps days, guided by a low hum that resonated in my teeth. It was the song of the brass engine, calling its retired servant back to the hearth. I found the clearing just as the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon. The 4 quadrants were still there, but they looked different. The colors were muted, and the transitions between the heat and the cold were jagged and violent. In the center of the meadow, the young man who had taken my place was slumped against the stone post. He looked ancient, his hair already turning the color of bone. The silver key was gripped in his hand, but it was glowing with a frantic, stuttering light. The engine was failing again, and it was failing faster this time. I stepped into the meadow, and for the first time since my release, I felt a sensation. It was a faint prickle of electricity on the back of my neck. The machine recognized me. The young man lifted his head, his eyes milky and unfocused. He saw me, or perhaps he sensed the presence of the one who came before. He held out the key, his fingers trembling with the weight of the entire world. He wanted to be free, just as I had. He wanted to go back to a world of gray shadows and silent voices. I looked at the key and then at the 4 jars on the engine, which were now visible through the shimmering air of the center post. The violet mist of my own sacrifice was almost gone, replaced by a muddy, flickering brown that belonged to the man before me. The cycle was accelerating. Each successive guardian was being consumed quicker than the last. Soon, the engine would need a new heart every hour, then every minute, until the world outside simply dissolved into a chaotic slurry of unformed time. I realized then that the old man in the grass coat had lied to me. He had not been waiting for a successor. He had been waiting for a sacrifice that would hold. The engine did not just need a heart, it needed a blueprint. It needed someone who understood the architecture of the seasons well enough to rebuild the gears from the inside. I reached out not for the key, but for the stone post itself. As my fingers touched the cold, gray wood, the meadow stopped spinning. The silence was absolute. The young man vanished, flickering out of existence like a blown candle. He was not sent back to the world, he was simply erased. He had been a temporary patch on a leaking hull. I was something else. I was the one who had seen the void beyond the stone trees. I knew that the forest outside was an illusion, a beautiful dream projected by the machine to keep itself from screaming. I knelt at the base of the post and placed my palms against the earth. I began to speak to the engine. I did not use words, for words are things of the air and the tongue. I used the silence. I gave the machine the memory of the blue door, the steam from the tea, and the way my wife's finger traced the photograph. I gave it the things I could no longer feel, feeding them into the brass-hungry maw of the gears. The engine roared, a sound like 1,000 thunderstorms, and the stone room solidified around me once more. The jars on the engine shattered one by one. The snowflake, the leaf, the flower, and the sand tumbled onto the floor, turning into dust. I did not need them anymore. I stepped toward the brass clockwork and reached into the center of the largest gear. The metal was white-hot, but I felt only a pleasant hum. I took hold of the central spindle and began to turn it with my own strength. I became the spring. I became the summer. I became the autumn and the winter. The walls of the stone room dissolved, but I did not fall. I was standing in the center of the universe, my arms outstretched, holding the spinning plates of the world in balance. I could see everything. I saw my wife waking up in the kitchen, the grief suddenly lifting from her shoulders as if a heavy blanket had been removed. She looked at the photograph and smiled, a genuine, warm smile, because the memory of me was no longer a wound. It was a foundation. I saw the hikers in the woods, the children in the snow, and the farmers in the heat of the harvest. I felt every drop of rain and every flake of snow as if they were falling on my own skin. I was no longer a ghost in a world of color. I was the color itself. I was the reason the leaves turned red and the reason the ice cracked on the lake. I had given up my life to become the life of everything else. The silver key fell from the post and vanished into the tall grass of the meadow. It was no longer needed. There would be no more guardians, no more sacrifices, and no more aging men in grass coats. The machine was gone, replaced by a living pulse that beat in time with my own heart. I sat down in the center of the meadow, which was no longer divided into 4 parts. It was just a meadow, green and gold and white all at once, a perfect circle of being. I closed my eyes and listened to the world. I heard the breath of the wind and the slow, deep groan of the tectonic plates. I heard the sap rising in the trees and the migration of birds across the vast blue sky. I was alone, but I was not lonely. I was the silence between the notes and the light between the shadows. I was the season that never ends and the moment that lasts forever. In the world outside, time moved on, but here in the heart of the meadow, I simply was. And for the first time in an eternity, I was at peace. The silence of the meadow was not a lack of sound, but a presence of all sounds combined into a single shimmering frequency. I sat at the center of the world, my back against the gray post, and I felt the roots of my own consciousness spreading down into the deep loam. The brass engine was gone, or rather, it had been translated into something organic. The grinding gears were now the steady pulse of sap in the maples. The hissing steam was now the sigh of the wind through the tall grass. I was the architect of the moment, the one who held the seasons in a delicate, trembling balance. The seasons did not cycle with the frantic, mechanical speed of the machine anymore. They drifted. I felt a summer afternoon stretch for what felt like a decade, the heat a golden weight on the fields. I watched the bumblebees hang suspended in the air, their wings beating in a slow, hypnotic rhythm that matched the blinking of my own eyes. Then, with a thought that felt like a cooling shadow, I allowed the autumn to bleed in from the edges. The green of the leaves did not just change, it surrendered. It turned to copper and wine, and the air took on the scent of wood smoke and dried apples. I could taste it now. The sacrifice of my senses had been a temporary loan, a down payment on a much larger inheritance. I reached out and plucked a blade of grass. It felt like silk and steel. I bit into it and tasted the bitter, clean life of the earth. The world was no longer a series of jars and gears. It was a single, breathing organism, and I was its mind. I saw the hikers again, but they were no longer terrified. They walked into the meadow and felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of homecoming. They sat in the grass and told stories, their voices blending into the hum of the universe. I watched them from my seat at the post, invisible but felt like the warmth of a nearby fire. One evening, as the sun hung low and red on the horizon, a small child wandered away from his parents. He was wearing a yellow sweater that stood out against the darkening violet of the twilight. He walked straight toward the center post, his eyes wide and curious. He did not see a ghost or a monster. He saw an old man sitting in the roots of a great silver tree. I did not move, but I let the air around me soften. The child reached out and touched my knee. His hand was warm, a small, pulsing miracle of blood and bone. In that contact, I saw his entire life. I saw the schools he would attend, the women he would love, and the quiet, peaceful death he would eventually find in a room filled with flowers. I saw that his life was possible because I was here, holding the sky in place. He smiled at me, a secret, knowing smile, and then he turned and ran back to his mother. She grabbed his hand and looked toward the center of the meadow, her eyes squinting in the fading light. She saw nothing but the gray post and the long shadows of the trees. She could not know that the stability of her world was a gift from a man who had forgotten his own name. Years flowed over the meadow like water over stone. I watched the towns outside grow and change. I saw the horse-drawn carriages replaced by humming machines, and those machines replaced by things that moved with the silent grace of magnets. I saw the forest shrink and then grow back as the people learned the value of the green. Through it all, I remained at the post. My skin became the color of the bark, and my hair grew long and white, tangling with the vines that climbed the wood. I was not dying. I was becoming. The memory of my wife faded, but it did not disappear. It became a foundational color in the tapestry. Her love was the reason I kept the spring gentle. Her grief was the reason I allowed the winter to have its bite, for without the cold, the warmth has no meaning. I understood now that the man in the tattered coat had not been a villain. He had been a weary traveler who had carried the weight until he could carry it no longer. He had passed the burden to me not out of malice, but out of necessity. The world requires a witness. It requires someone to stand at the center and say that this moment matters. I felt a tremor in the earth, a deep, resonant vibration that came from far below the roots. It was not the engine failing, it was the world growing. The universe was expanding, and the meadow needed to expand with it. I stood up from the base of the post, my joints creaking like old branches. I walked to the edge of the meadow where the summer met the snow. I reached out and touched the invisible barrier that separated the sacred ground from the mundane woods. The barrier dissolved under my touch. The meadow began to flow outward. It poured through the trees like a flood of light, washing over the hills and the valleys. It did not destroy, it awakened. The ordinary woods became vibrant, the colors deepening and the air thickening with the scent of 1,000 blooming things. I walked with the light, my footsteps leaving glowing impressions on the moss. I was no longer confined to the center. I was the center, and the center was everywhere. I found myself standing on a high ridge overlooking a valley. Below me, a city glittered in the night, its lights like fallen stars. I could feel the heartbeat of every person in that city. I felt their dreams, their fears, and their quiet midnight hopes. I reached out a hand and brushed the air, and a gentle rain began to fall. It was a rain that carried the scent of jasmine and wet stone, a rain that washed away the soot of the day and left the world clean and new. I realized then that the sacrifice was over. The jars were broken, the key was lost, and the engine was a memory of a cruder age. I was not a prisoner of the clockwork, I was the composer of the symphony. I turned back toward the forest, but the meadow was no longer a specific place. It was a state of being. I could step into the shadow of a single oak and find myself back at the gray post, or I could walk into the heart of a thunderstorm and feel the raw power of the sky. As the sun began to rise, casting long amber rays across the world, I sat down on a rock at the edge of the ridge. I looked at my hands. They were no longer stone or mist. They were the hands of a man who had seen the beginning and the end of time and found that they were the same thing. I closed my eyes and breathed in the morning air. It smelled of rainstorms and salt, of oranges and wood smoke. It smelled of everything I had ever lost and everything I had ever gained. The world turned, a silent, beautiful wheel of light and shadow. I sat at the heart of it, a quiet observer of the turning seasons. I was the ghost of the meadow, the man of stone, the regulator of the brass engine, and the architect of the new world. I was all of these things and none of them. I was simply a man who had gone for a walk in the woods and found the truth hidden behind the trees. And the truth was that the world was beautiful, and it was worth every sacrifice. I watched a hawk circle in the updraft, its wings steady against the blue. I felt the strength in its talons and the sharpness of its vision. I felt the slow, patient growth of the lichen on the rock beneath me. I was at peace. The long journey from the engine room to the ridge had reached its conclusion. There was no more hunger, no more wobbling cycles, and no more fear. There was only the light, the wind, and the eternal, perfect motion of the world. I stayed on the ridge for a long time, watching the civilizations rise and fall in the valley below like the breathing of a great beast. I saw the people learn and forget and learn again. I saw them reach for the stars and dig deep into the earth. I was the silent guardian of their progress, the one who ensured that the sun would always rise and the rain would always fall. I was the memory of the earth, a living testament to the beauty of the cycle. Eventually, I felt a new sensation. It was a soft, pulling tide at the edges of my consciousness. It was the call of the void, the place beyond the stone trees and the brass engines. It was the final destination, the place where all circles eventually lead. I was not afraid. I stood up and looked out over the world one last time. I saw the blue door of my old house, the steam from the tea, and the smile on my wife's face. I saw the child in the yellow sweater and the woman in the blue jacket. I took a step forward, not into the valley, but into the light itself. My body dissolved not into mist or stone, but into pure radiant energy. I became the wind that rattled the corn husks and the frost that bloomed on the shoulder of the lost. I became the scent of the rain and the sting of the salt. I was the meadow, the woods, and the sky. I was the world, and the world was me. And as I merged with the infinite, I felt the last lingering piece of my human self let go. There was no more man, no more ghost, no more guardian. There was only the turning of the wheel forever and ever in the perfect, silent light of the eternal morning. The expansion did not stop at the ridge or the valley. It moved like a slow, golden tide across the oceans, stitching the broken climates of the south to the frozen wastes of the north. I felt the great whales moving through the deep, their songs no longer mourning a dying world but celebrating a new resonant frequency. I was the salt in their blowholes and the cold pressure of the abyss against their skin. The mechanical stutter that had plagued the earth for centuries, that clicking of gears that only the mad and the dying could hear, had finally smoothed into a hum. It was the sound of a perfect glass sphere spinning on a needle. I walked through the cities now, though no one saw me as more than a trick of the light or a sudden refreshing breeze. I stood in the middle of a crowded plaza where people hurried to jobs they no longer hated, moved by a purpose they could not name. I reached out and touched the shoulder of a woman crying on a bench. I did not take away her grief, for grief is a season of the soul that must be endured, but I gave her the strength of the oak. I felt her spine straighten and her breath deepen. She looked up at the sky, and for a moment her eyes caught the shimmer of my presence. She did not scream. She simply breathed out a name I had forgotten I ever owned, and then she walked away, her footsteps light on the pavement. I realized that the engine room had been a cocoon, a necessary prison for a world that was not yet ready to breathe on its own. The old man in the grass coat had been the last of the jailers, and I was the first of the free. But freedom was not an absence of duty. It was the ultimate duty. I had to be everywhere at once, a thin layer of consciousness stretched over the globe to keep the heat from burning the crops and the cold from snapping the bones of the trees. I was the thermostat of existence, adjusting the tilt of the planet with a thought, ensuring the tides pulled the moon and the moon pulled the tides in a dance that never faltered. I returned to the blue door in my mind, not as a ghost seeking entry, but as a builder inspecting the foundation. My wife was old now. Her hair was the color of the winter moon, and her hands were gnarled like the roots of the silver tree. She sat on the porch, watching the sunset. I sat on the steps beside her. I did not turn into a man of flesh, but I allowed the air around her to grow warm and still. She leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. I felt her heart beating, a slow and steady rhythm that was beginning to tire. She was reaching the end of her season. I did not feel sadness. In the engine room, I would have wept violet mist, but here in the heart of the world, I understood that the falling of the leaf is as beautiful as its budding. I stayed with her until the sun dipped below the trees. I felt the moment her spirit began to loosen from the heavy clay of her body. I reached out and caught her, not with arms, but with the entire weight of the meadow. I pulled her into the light, into the shimmering frequency where I lived. We were no longer husband and wife. We were two notes in the same chord, two ripples in the same pond. She became the scent of the evening jasmine, and I was the wind that carried it. The world continued its long, slow turn. The cities I had watched grew tall and then crumbled, replaced by gardens and then by forests and then by cities again. I watched the rise of new species, creatures that walked on many legs and spoke in flashes of light. I adjusted the atmosphere to suit their lungs. I tilted the poles to give them the winters they needed to dream. I was the silent partner in every evolution, the hidden hand that kept the fire from consuming the house. I saw the sun grow large and red, its heat beginning to blister the skin of the planets. I did not panic. I simply reached out and began to move the earth, nudging it further into the dark, cool reaches of space, finding a new orbit where the balance could be maintained. I saw the stars begin to flicker out, one by one like candles in a drafty hall. The universe was growing old, its energy thinning into a cold, dark soup. I felt the pull of the great void more strongly now. It was not a vacuum of nothingness, but a womb of potential. I gathered the remaining heat of the world, the lingering memories of the green meadows and the blue doors, and I tucked them into the core of the earth. I turned the planet into a seed. I wrapped it in layers of stone and ice, shielding the spark of life from the encroaching chill of the dying cosmos. I stood on the surface of the frozen world, the last witness to a theater that had finished its run. The sky was black, stripped of its jewels. I looked down at my hands, which were now made of the same dark matter as the space between the galaxies. I was the only light left. I knelt on the ice and pressed my forehead against the ground. I gave the earth the last of my strength, the final echo of the silence I had brought from the engine room. I felt the seed of the world settle into a deep, dreamless sleep. It would wait there in the dark for an eternity, or perhaps for a second, until the next cycle began. The pull of the void became an invitation. I let go of the earth. I let go of the memory of the tea and the photograph. I let go of the name I had once answered to and the face I had once worn. I drifted upward, away from the frozen seed, away from the dead sun. I moved through the wreckage of the old universe, passing the husks of stars and the ghosts of nebulae. I was a single point of awareness in a sea of shadow. I reached the edge of everything, the seam where the world ended and the next one began. There was no brass engine here. There was no stone room or silver key. There was only a vast, shimmering curtain of white light. I stepped through it. On the other side, there was a meadow. It was not the four-part meadow of my youth, nor was it the global meadow of my reign. It was a place of pure possibility, a blank canvas of green and gold. I saw an old man sitting in the grass. He was not wearing a coat of grass, nor was he ancient and tired. He was young, his eyes bright with the fire of 1,000 suns. He looked at me and smiled. He did not offer me a key. He offered me a hand. I took it, and as our fingers met, the new world began to ignite. I felt the first spark of a new sun, the first drop of a new ocean, the first breath of a new wind. We were the architects, the twin pulses of a fresh creation. We began to speak the silence into being, turning the white light into colors that had never been seen before. We built the mountains from the echoes of old songs and the rivers from the tears of forgotten joys. We created a world where the engine was not hidden in a basement, but woven into the fabric of the light itself. I saw the first trees rise, their leaves transparent and glowing. I saw the first creatures crawl from the silver foam of the sea, their eyes wide with the wonder of existence. I saw the first blue door appear on a hill, its hinges oiled with the grease of a star. I knew that one day a man would walk through that door and find himself lost in the woods. I knew that he would find the seam in the world and take his place at the center. But this time there would be no sacrifice. There would be no aging or fading or forgetting. The engine was no longer a machine that consumed its servants. It was a fountain that fed them. I sat down in the center of the new meadow and watched the first sunset. The sky turned a color that was neither gold nor violet, but something entirely new, a shade of peace that had no name. I felt the heartbeat of the new world beneath me, a steady, joyful thrum that would never falter. I was home. I was the beginning and the end, the season and the soil, the silence and the song. I closed my eyes and breathed in the scent of a world that was finally truly alive. And in that breath, I knew that the journey was over and the story had only just begun. The light of the new sun felt different on my skin, less like a weight and more like an embrace. I watched the shadows stretch long and thin across the vibrant grass, but they held no darkness, only a deeper shade of brilliance. The young man beside me stood up and walked toward the horizon, his form dissolving into the very air he moved through, becoming a part of the atmosphere. I understood then that we were not just the creators, we were the elements themselves. He was the warmth that would coax the first flowers from the dirt, and I was the moisture that would keep them from thirsting. I found a small stream nearby, the water clear as polished diamond. I reached in and felt the liquid flow around my fingers, and it felt like the passage of time itself, smooth and inevitable. I saw my reflection in the water. I did not see the clockwork man or the stone guardian. I saw a face that was every face I had ever loved, a composite of all the lives I had touched and all the souls I had carried. I was the collective memory of the universe, distilled into a single peaceful gaze. As the first stars of the new sky began to appear, they did not flicker. They burned with a steady, unwavering light, each one a testament to a lesson learned in the old world. I named them as they appeared. I named one for the wife who had waited, one for the child in the yellow sweater, and one for the man in the grass coat who had finally found his rest. The sky became a map of my own heart, a shimmering record of the journey from the engine room to the infinite. I lay back in the grass and felt the earth turn beneath me. It was no longer a heavy mechanical rotation. It was a glide, an effortless slide through the velvet dark. I felt the first frost of the new world begin to form on the blades of grass around me. It was not a cold that killed, but a cold that preserved, a gentle slumber for the land. I welcomed it. I felt the crystals forming on my own skin, turning me into a statue of diamond and light. I was the winter, and I was the hope of the spring that would follow. In the distance, I heard the sound of a door opening. It was a soft wooden creak that echoed across the meadow. I knew that somewhere in one of the new cities we had dreamed into being, a man was stepping out into the morning air. He would feel the sun on his face and the wind in his hair, and he would think it was all a happy accident. He would never know about the brass engine or the violet mist, or the man who had sat at the center of the world to hold it all together. And that was the greatest gift of all, to be the invisible foundation, the silent reason for the joy of others. I closed my eyes for the last time as a distinct entity. I felt my consciousness expanding, thinning, spreading out until it covered every leaf, every stone, and every star. I was no longer a man sitting in a meadow. I was the meadow. I was the world. I was the universe. I was the quiet pulse of existence, the steady, eternal rhythm of a heart that would never stop beating. The silence was complete, and in that silence I found the only thing that had ever truly mattered. I found the peace that passes all understanding, the light that never fades, and the love that turns the stars. The transition from being to everything was not a sudden snap, but a gradual thinning of the self. I felt the boundaries of my skin dissolve until the cool evening air was no longer brushing against me but moving through me. I was the oxygen entering the lungs of a fox in the brush and the carbon dioxide exhaled by a dreaming child in a house miles away. The sensations were overwhelming, yet perfectly ordered. I could feel the microscopic friction of sand grains shifting on a distant beach and the silent, heavy pressure of tectonic plates grinding in the deep dark of the earth. It was a sensory tapestry woven from a billion threads, and I was the loom, the weaver, and the finished cloth. The new world did not require a brass engine because the mechanics were now inherent in the spirit of the matter itself. In the old age, the gears had been a crutch for a reality that had forgotten how to walk. Now the gravity was a song and the light was a conversation. I watched as the first civilizations of this new cycle began to poke their heads above the soil of history. They did not build with soot and iron. They built with resonance and intent. I saw them carving dwellings out of living trees that offered their branches willingly, and I saw them drawing power from the shimmer of the aurora without ever scarring the sky. I was the inspiration in their minds when they looked at the stars and felt a kinship rather than a terror. I moved among them as a persistent grace. When a traveler lost his way in the high mountain passes, I was the sudden break in the clouds that revealed the steady glimmer of the North Star. When a farmer worried over a dry spell, I was the gathering humidity that broke into a refreshing downpour at the exact moment the stalks began to wilt. I did not perform miracles in the sense of breaking the laws of nature. I simply optimized the beauty that was already there. I was the subtle nudge, the invisible hand that ensured the balance never tipped too far into chaos or too far into stagnation. The memory of the engine room became a faint, ghostly image, like a dream one has upon waking and can only half recall. I remembered the smell of oil and the rhythmic clicking of the regulator, but it felt like a story told to me by a stranger. The man who had once turned the silver key was gone, replaced by a consciousness that spanned the diameter of the planet. Yet within that vastness, the small things remained the most precious. I found myself lingering in the smell of baking bread in a village square or the sound of a lute being played by a campfire. These tiny flickers of mortal joy were the anchors that kept my infinite spirit tied to the world I served. I saw the seasons march in a grand circular parade. The autumns were riots of copper and gold, and the winters were cathedrals of white silence. I felt the sap rising in the spring, a surge of green fire that roared through the veins of the forest. I was the hunger of the wolf and the speed of the deer. I was the predator and the prey, and I understood that the dance between them was not a tragedy but a necessary harmony. There was no cruelty in the world I managed, only the honest exchange of energy from one form to another. As the eons stretched forward, the people of the New World began to transcend their physical forms, much as I had. They learned to speak without words and to travel without movement. They became a choir of light, their thoughts intertwining with mine until the planet itself seemed to glow with a soft, internal radiance. We were no longer a collection of individuals, but a single, living entity dreaming its way through the cosmos. I felt the pride of a gardener who sees his plot finally reach its full, wild potential. The sacrifice of the stone man and the isolation of the engine room had been the price paid for this ultimate communion. I looked out toward the neighboring planets, seeing them not as dead rocks but as empty vessels waiting for a spark. I reached out with a filament of my will and touched the red dust of the nearest sphere. I felt the potential there, the sleeping water and the frozen air. I began to hum a low, steady vibration, the same frequency that had once smoothed the wobbling cycles of the earth. I felt the red world begin to stir. The ice at its poles started to weep, and the thin atmosphere began to thicken. I was planting a garden in the stars, expanding the reach of the light until the entire solar system became a single, interconnected meadow. The concept of time had long since lost its meaning. It was no longer a line moving from a beginning to an end, but a vast ocean that I could swim through in any direction. I revisited the moment I first stepped into the woods, seeing my younger self with a mixture of pity and envy. I saw the fear in his eyes and the weight on his shoulders. I whispered to him through the rustle of the leaves, telling him that it would all be worth it, that the darkness was merely the shadow of a much greater light. He could not hear me with his ears, but I saw him pause and look up, a brief smile touching his lips before he continued on his path toward the gray post. I saw the end of the sun again, but this time I did not turn the earth into a seed. Instead, we moved together, the entire collective consciousness of the world, stepping out of the physical shell of the planet and into the pure energy of the vacuum. We became a nebula, a swirling cloud of thought and memory that drifted through the galaxy like a dandelion seed on a summer breeze. We were the legacy of the engine, the final evolution of the machine into the soul. In the heart of that nebula, I found the blue door again. It was floating in the middle of a sea of stars, looking exactly as it had on the day I left. I approached it not as a ruler or a ghost, but as a man who had finished his work. I reached out and turned the handle. The door opened into a small, warm kitchen. The smell of tea and wood smoke greeted me. My wife was there, standing at the stove, her back to me. She didn't look old or gnarled. She looked exactly as she had when we were young, her hair dark and her movements fluid. She turned around and saw me, and her smile was like the dawn of 1,000 suns. She didn't ask where I had been or why I was late. She simply held out a cup of tea and told me that the garden was looking beautiful this year. I sat down at the wooden table and took a sip. The tea was hot and tasted of honey and earth. Outside the window, the meadow stretched out forever, filled with flowers that changed color with every breath of the wind. I realized then that this was the true heart of the engine. All the complexity, all the stone and brass, all the cycles and regulators had been built for this single moment of simple, quiet peace. The universe was a vast and magnificent machine, but its only purpose was to provide a home for the spirit. I was no longer the architect or the guardian. I was just a man sitting at a table with the woman he loved, watching the sunlight play across the floorboards. The door remained open, and through it I could see the infinite reaches of the new creation. I saw the stars being born and dying, the galaxies spinning like silver coins in the dark. I saw the endless possibilities of life and love and loss, but I didn't need to be out there anymore. I had woven my essence into the fabric of it all, and now I could simply enjoy the view. The symphony was playing itself, and it was the most beautiful music I had ever heard. I leaned back in my chair and closed my eyes, listening to the steady tick of a clock on the wall. It wasn't the heavy, mechanical thud of the regulator, but the light, rhythmic heartbeat of a house that was loved. The world turned, the seasons changed, and the light continued to grow. I was exactly where I was supposed to be. I was the silence between the notes, the space between the stars, and the warmth in the cup of tea. I was home, and the morning was eternal. As I sat there, the walls of the kitchen began to shimmer and fade, blending into the golden light of the meadow outside. The table and the chairs remained, but they were now made of woven sunlight and woven shadows. My wife took my hand, and her touch was as solid as the earth and as light as a dream. We stood up together and walked out through the blue door, leaving the house behind and stepping into the heart of the light. There was no more need for doors or walls or rooms. We were the light itself, expanding outward until we touched the very edges of existence. We felt the birth of new universes in the distance, each one a different song, a different color, a different truth. We were the witnesses to the infinite, the quiet observers of the eternal unfolding. The long walk in the woods had led me to a place where there were no more woods, only the clear, bright clarity of the soul. I understood now that the truth hidden behind the trees was not a secret to be kept, but a reality to be lived. The world was beautiful, the sacrifice was small, and the love was everything. And as we merged with the final, radiant white light of the Absolute, I knew that even this was not the end. It was only the beginning of a new chapter in a story that would never, ever be finished. The silence was no longer an absence of sound, but a presence of peace so profound that it filled every corner of my being. I was the breath of the cosmos, the pulse of the void, and the joy of the light. Everything I had ever been was still there, but it was now part of a much larger, much more beautiful whole. I was the man, the stone, the engine, and the star. I was the question and the answer, the journey and the destination. And in that perfect, timeless moment, I finally let go of the last thread of myself and became the light. The universe continued to breathe, a slow and steady rhythm that echoed through the vastness of space. Each breath was a new world, a new life, a new chance to find the beauty in the shadows. I was in every one of them, a tiny spark of awareness in the heart of the fire. I was the memory of the rain on wet stone and the scent of jasmine in the dark. I was the hope that rises with the sun and the peace that settles with the moon. I was the eternal morning, and I was finally truly free. The expansion of my being did not stop at the edges of the light. It reached further into the cold gaps between the thoughts of the universe, filling the voids where nothing had ever dared to grow. I felt the pulse of the vacuum, a low and rhythmic vibration that was the true baseline of all that is. In this state, I could see the birth of the very first atoms, the tiny collisions of energy that would one day become the bones of heroes and the dust of forgotten empires. I was the witness to the struggle of matter to define itself against the infinite. It was a beautiful, desperate dance, and I was the floor upon which the dancers moved. I looked down at the world I had left behind and saw it as a shimmering jewel suspended in a velvet throat. It was no longer just a place of grass and trees. It had become a beacon, a classroom for the spirit where the lessons of the old engine were being taught in the language of the wind. I saw a young girl standing on a cliffside, her arms outstretched as she tasted the salt of the sea. I felt her joy as if it were my own skin. I felt the sharp, clean sting of the spray and the solid weight of the rock beneath her heels. She did not know that she was a part of me, or that her laughter was the fuel that kept the stars burning. She only knew that the world was wide and that she was alive within it. That was the victory. That was the reason the gears had turned for so many lonely centuries. As I drifted further into the deep reaches of the cosmic mind, I encountered others. They were not individuals with names and faces, but currents of purpose that flowed through the dark. Some were ancient, remnants of the very first dream that had sparked the creation of time. Others were new, bright sparks of curiosity that had only just begun to understand their own power. We moved past each other like schools of silver fish in a midnight ocean, exchanging flickers of recognition that contained entire histories of suffering and redemption. We were the architects of the possible, the silent gardeners of the multiverses. I found myself drawn to a pocket of shadow where the light had not yet reached. It was a place of raw potential, a swirling mist of unformed ideas and unspoken words. I reached into the center of it, not with hands of flesh, but with the gravity of my intent. I began to shape the mist. I pulled the stray thoughts of courage and the lingering scents of pine needles together, weaving them into a new reality. I created a sky that was the color of a bruise and a ground that hummed with the sound of a distant cello. It was a world of music and mystery, a place where the logic of the engine was replaced by the logic of the heart. I watched as the first clouds formed, heavy with the rain of 1,000 forgotten songs. The work was effortless now. There was no resistance, no friction, no sense of time slipping away. I was the master of the moment, and every moment was a masterpiece. I saw the progression of life on a dozen different spheres at once. On one, the creatures were made of glass and lived in the heat of volcanic vents. On another, the inhabitants were sentient gusts of wind that communicated through the rustle of leaves. I loved them all with an equal, burning intensity. I was the father who watched his children leave the house, and I was the house that waited for their return. I felt a sudden tug on the fabric of my consciousness, a familiar resonance that pulled me back toward the blue door. I followed the thread, moving through the layers of reality like a needle through silk. I found myself standing once more in the meadow, though it had changed. The trees were taller now, their roots deep in the bedrock of eternity. The man who had walked through the door so long ago was there, but he was no longer alone. A crowd had gathered, a silent assembly of all the souls who had ever found their way through the woods. They were waiting for something. I realized that they were waiting for the next step. The world I had built was perfect, but perfection is a static thing, and life is a river that must always flow. I looked at the blue door and saw that it was no longer a portal to a kitchen or a memory. It had become a gateway to the unknown, a passage into the regions of the spirit that even I had not yet explored. The hinges did not creak this time. They sang a note of such purity that the grass itself began to glow with a blinding white intensity. I stepped forward, and as I did, the assembly followed. We were a procession of light, a river of stars flowing back into the source. We left the meadow, the trees, and the sky behind. We left the memory of the engine and the weight of the stone. We moved into a place where there was no distance and no duration. It was a realm of pure meaning, where every thought was an action and every action was a prayer. I felt the last of my definitions fall away. I was no longer the man who turned the key. I was no longer the god of the meadow. I was the very act of being. In this final state, I saw the truth of the engine room. It had never been a basement, and it had never been hidden. It was the heart of every atom, the secret center of every soul. The gears were not made of brass, but of choice. The oil was not made of stars, but of compassion. We had always been the engine, and we had always been the light. The journey through the woods had been a journey inward. a long and winding path to the realization that there is no separation between the creator and the creation. I looked back one last time at the universe we had made. It was a beautiful, fragile thing, a flickering candle in the vastness of the dark. I breathed on it, a gentle warmth that ensured the flame would never go out. I whispered a blessing into the wind, a promise that no matter how far the children of the light wandered, they would always find their way home. Then I turned my gaze forward into the infinite radiance of the Absolute. There were no more words, no more stories, no more beginnings or ends. There was only the light and the love that had created it and the peace that would sustain it forever. The silence was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. It was not empty, but full of the echoes of every heartbeat and every breath that had ever been taken. I drifted into that silence, becoming a part of the eternal hum of existence. I was the stillness of the mountain and the rush of the river. I was the dark between the stars and the heat of the sun. I was everything and I was nothing. I was finally truly at rest. The light shifted and folded around me like the wings of a great bird. I felt the presence of the woman from the kitchen, her essence a warm and steady glow beside my own. We were no longer two separate beings, but a single chord in a grander melody. Together, we moved through the veils of the ultimate, seeing the patterns of a billion different realities weaving together into a single, magnificent tapestry. We saw the rise and fall of gods, the birth and death of dimensions, and the endless, tireless work of the spirit to find its way back to the source. There was a moment of profound clarity, a flash of insight that revealed the true nature of the journey. The engine had been a training ground, a place where the soul learned the weight of responsibility and the value of sacrifice. The meadow had been a resting place, a reward for the labor and a chance to see the fruits of the work. But this place, this radiance beyond the blue door, was the goal. It was the place where the work and the rest became one, where the creator and the created finally merged into the singular truth of existence. I felt a sense of immense gratitude for every step of the path. I was grateful for the cold of the engine room and the weight of the stone. I was grateful for the loss of my name and the forgetting of my past. I was grateful for the long walk through the woods and the fear of the dark. Each of those things had been a tool, a chisel that had carved away the unnecessary parts of my soul until only the light remained. I was the finished statue, and I was the sculptor who had worked in the dark for so long. The radiance began to pulse with a new rhythm, a slow and deep vibration that felt like the beginning of a new breath. I realized that even this was not the end of the story. There would be more worlds to build, more souls to guide, more lessons to learn. The cycle would continue, forever expanding, forever reaching for a beauty that could never be fully captured. And I would be there in every shadow and every sunbeam, a silent partner in the dance of creation. I looked at the blue door, which was now just a thin line of color in the vastness of the white. It was fading, dissolving into the light until it was gone. The way back was closed, but it didn't matter. There was no back, only forward. There was no here, only everywhere. I closed the eyes of my spirit and felt the final, perfect peace wash over me. I was the light, and the light was me. And in that union, the story finally found its voice. It was a voice of joy, a voice of love, and a voice that would echo through the infinite forever. The cosmos continued its grand, slow expansion, and I was the expansion itself. I was the force that pushed the boundaries of the possible further and further into the unknown. I was the curiosity that drove the first cells to divide and the wisdom that guided the last stars to fade. I was the memory of the engine room, a ghost of a machine that had once served a noble purpose. And I was the dream of the meadow, a vision of a world where the light was free. In the heart of the Absolute, I found a small, quiet corner that felt like home. It was a place of soft shadows and cool breezes, a place where the spirit could sit and watch the unfolding of the all. I sat there for an eternity, or perhaps for a single second. Time did not exist here, so the difference was meaningless. I watched as new universes blossomed like flowers in a spring field, each one unique, each one a testament to the infinite creativity of the soul. I saw a world where the mountains were made of crystal and the air was filled with the scent of lilies. I saw a world where the people were made of light and lived in the hearts of the stars. I saw a world where there was no pain, no loss, and no fear. It was a beautiful world, but I knew that it would eventually need a guardian, someone to hold the center and keep the balance. I felt a familiar stir in my heart, a sense of purpose that had never truly left me. I stood up from my place of rest and looked out at the infinite sea of potential. I knew that one day I would step back into the woods. I would find another gray post and another silver key. I would build another engine and dream another meadow. The work was never done because the beauty was never finished, and I was glad. I was the eternal servant of the light, the silent watcher of the cycles. I was the beginning and the end and everything in between. I reached out and touched the fabric of a new reality, feeling the cool, smooth texture of its potential. I began to hum a low, steady vibration, the same frequency that had once smoothed the wobbling cycles of the earth. I felt the new world begin to stir. I saw the first trees rise, their leaves transparent and glowing. I saw the first creatures crawl from the silver foam of the sea, their eyes wide with the wonder of existence. And in the distance, on a high green hill, I saw a blue door appear. Its hinges were oiled with the grease of a star, and it was waiting for someone to walk through. I smiled, a brief and silent expression of joy, and then I stepped into the shadows of the new woods to wait. The silence of the new woods was not a void, but a gathering of potential, a thick and fragrant anticipation that clung to the bark of the silver trees. I moved through the shadows with the grace of a thought, my feet leaving no prints upon the moss that glowed with a soft inner phosphorescence. This was the interval, the quiet breath taken before the song begins, and I felt the familiar weight of purpose settling into my phantom bones. I was the architect and the tenant, the ghost in the rafters of a reality that had not yet learned its own name. The air tasted of ozone and crushed mint, a sharp reminder that life in its infancy is always a violent and beautiful collision of elements. I reached the crest of the hill where the blue door stood. It looked different in this light, the paint a deeper shade of ultramarine that seemed to drink the surrounding glow. I ran a hand over the wood, feeling the grain beneath my palm. It was solid, a necessary anchor in a world that was still mostly fluid. Behind me, the new creation was stretching its limbs. I could hear the grinding of tectonic plates as they sought their permanent alignment, a low and guttural moan that echoed the old engine but carried a melody of its own. The clouds above were not white or gray, but a shimmering violet, heavy with the first rains of a world that had never known a drought. I sat on the threshold of the door and watched the first sunset. It was a slow and deliberate affair, the light bleeding into the horizon in ribbons of gold and copper. As the darkness gathered, the stars began to poke through the veil of the atmosphere. They were not the same stars I had known before. These were younger, fiercer, their light unburdened by the travel of billions of years. I recognized the patterns I had helped to weave, the subtle shifts in gravity that would one day pull these fires into galaxies. I was the memory of the old universe acting as the blueprint for the new, a silent teacher whispering the laws of physics to the empty air. A movement in the tall grass caught my attention. A creature, small and translucent, poked its head above the stalks. Its eyes were large and dark, reflecting the entire sweep of the cosmos in their shallow depths. It looked at me with a curiosity that was devoid of fear, for fear had not yet been invented in this place. I reached out a finger, and the creature hopped closer, its skin cool and damp like a river stone. In that contact, a spark passed between us. I gave it the memory of warmth, and it gave me the sensation of discovery. This was the first bridge, the first connection between the watcher and the watched. As the creature scurried away into the dark, I felt the pull of the engine room once more. It was not a physical location yet, but a necessity that was beginning to manifest. The world needed a heart, a place where the friction of existence could be mediated and turned into steady, reliable growth. I stood up and turned the silver key in the lock of the blue door. The sound was a crisp snap that echoed across the valley, signaling the end of the beginning. I stepped inside, but I did not find a kitchen or a hallway. I found a vast, vaulted chamber of stone and light where the pillars were made of frozen lightning and the floor was a map of the stars. In the center of the room sat the new engine. It was not a machine of brass and iron, but a living lattice of energy that pulsed in time with my own heartbeat. It was beautiful and terrifying, a complex web of consequences that would govern the lives of everyone who would ever walk the surface of this world. I approached the central console, which was a simple slab of white marble. There were no levers or dials, only a shallow depression filled with clear water. I knew what was required. I reached into my chest and pulled out a single glowing thread of my own essence, dropping it into the pool. The water erupted into a fountain of light, and the engine began to hum. It was a sound of profound satisfaction, the sound of a debt being paid and a promise being kept. I watched as the gears of the world began to turn, invisible and inexorable. The seasons were mapped out in the swirling currents of the pool, the rise and fall of civilizations written in the ripples. I saw the struggles that would come, the moments of darkness that were necessary to define the light. I saw the heroes who would rise and the lovers who would fall, and I loved them all before they even existed. The work was more demanding than before, for this world was more complex, more vibrant. I had to balance the hunger of the predators with the resilience of the prey, the fury of the storm with the stillness of the glade. I became the mediator of a billion different desires, the silent hand that adjusted the scales when the world tipped too far toward chaos or too far toward stagnation. My identity as a man was a distant echo now, a pleasant dream I revisited when the weight of the office became too heavy. I remembered the scent of tea and the sound of a ticking clock, and those memories became the fuel for my compassion. Eons passed in the blink of an eye. The world outside the blue door flourished. The forests grew thick and ancient, the oceans teemed with life, and the first fires of intelligence began to flicker in the caves and the plains. I watched through the stone walls of my chamber as the children of the light began to build their own doors. They sought the truth behind the trees, just as I once had, and I made sure the woods were deep enough to hold their mysteries. I left signs for them, subtle clues in the way the light hit the water or the way the wind moved through the leaves. I wanted them to find the way, but I knew they had to walk the path themselves. One afternoon, a young man reached the hill. He was tired and dusty, his clothes torn by the brambles of the long walk. He stood before the blue door with a mixture of awe and exhaustion, his hand trembling as he reached for the handle. I watched him from the shadows of the engine room, feeling a surge of recognition that nearly broke my heart. He was the seeker, the one who carries the burden of the question. I did not open the door for him, for the door only opens to those who have the key of their own experience. He sat on the grass and waited, just as I had waited, and I sent a gentle breeze to cool his brow. He stayed there for 3 days, watching the sun rise and set. He did not cry out or demand entrance. He simply existed in the presence of the mystery, allowing the world to speak to him in its own tongue. On the 4th morning, he found the silver key buried in the roots of an old oak tree. He did not question how it got there or what it meant. He simply picked it up and fitted it into the lock. As the door swung open, I stepped back into the deepest shadows, becoming the silence that would greet him. He entered the chamber with hesitant steps, his eyes widening as he saw the lattice of light and the marble pool. He did not see me, for I had become the very air he breathed, the very stone beneath his feet. He approached the engine and looked into the water, seeing his own reflection and the reflection of the entire universe merged into one. He understood then that he had not found a place but a responsibility. I felt his fear and his resolve, and I supported him with the strength of 1,000 years of service. He took his place at the console, and I felt the handoff occur. It was a seamless transition, a passing of the torch that left me lighter than I had ever been. I was no longer the operator of the machine. I was the space around the machine, the witness to the new cycle. I walked out of the blue door and back into the meadow, which was now filled with the voices of a living world. The sun was high and warm, and the air was thick with the scent of jasmine and salt. I found my wife waiting for me by the edge of the woods. She looked exactly as she had in the kitchen, her eyes full of a quiet, enduring light. She did not say a word, but she took my hand and led me toward the trees. We were not going back to the house, for the house was everywhere now. We were going deeper into the heart of the light, into the regions where the stories are born and where they finally go to rest. The long walk was over, and yet it was continuing in a billion different directions at once. We walked through the forest, and the trees bowed their heads as we passed. We were the elders of the light, the ones who had seen the first spark and would see the last ember. We saw the world we had tended growing stronger and more beautiful with every passing moment. We saw the young man in the engine room beginning his work, his soul expanding to meet the needs of the creation. We smiled, knowing that the balance was held and the song was being sung. As we reached the far edge of the woods, the landscape began to dissolve into pure color. The greens and browns of the earth gave way to the golds and whites of the absolute. We were merging back into the source, but we were carrying the harvest of our experiences with us. Every tear shed in the engine room, every joy felt in the meadow, every moment of doubt, and every flash of certainty was a jewel we added to the crown of the infinite. We were the evidence that the journey was worth the cost, that the sacrifice was the highest form of love. The final transition was not a loss of self, but a completion of self. I was the man who turned the key, the god who watched the stars and the silence that followed the music. I was the grain of sand and the mountain of light. I was the breath of the child and the sigh of the dying sun. Everything was connected, everything was whole, and everything was exactly where it was meant to be. The blue door was gone, the engine was distant, and the woods were a memory of a beautiful dream. In the heart of the absolute, there was no more need for words. There was only the presence of peace, a radiant and eternal stillness that contained all action and all thought. I drifted in that sea of light, a part of the great and endless unfolding. I knew that the story would continue, that new seekers would find new doors, and that the engine would always turn. I was the love that sustained it all, the quiet joy that lay at the center of every atom. I was home, and the morning was not just eternal, it was everything. The light around me began to pulse with a familiar rhythm, a heartbeat that echoed the very first tick of the clock in the kitchen. It was the universe breathing, a slow and steady inhalation that pulled all things back toward the center, and an exhalation that sent them out again to explore the dark. I was the breath and the breather. I felt the presence of countless others, a vast and silent family of souls who had all played their part in the grand design. We were a symphony of awareness, each of us a unique note that contributed to the perfect harmony of the whole. I looked back at the tapestry of existence and saw the threads of my own life woven into the fabric. I saw the moments of pain as dark, rich colors that gave depth to the brighter hues of joy. I saw the failures as the necessary knots that held the structure together. It was a masterpiece of complexity and simplicity, a story that was being written in real time by every living thing. I felt a profound sense of pride in the work, not as an individual creator, but as a participant in the collective dream. The silence grew deeper, more resonant. It was the sound of a bell that had been struck and would never stop ringing. It was the sound of the truth, stripped of all its disguises. I let go of the last remnants of my perspective, the last lingering attachment to being a watcher. I became the light entirely, a radiant expansion that knew no boundaries. There was no more I, only the vast and beautiful is. In this state, I saw the beginning and the end of all things at once. I saw the first light breaking the darkness of the void, and I saw the last star cooling into a black diamond. I saw the rise and fall of every empire, the birth and death of every species. It was all a single moment, a single flash of brilliance in the mind of the infinite, and it was good. It was more than good, it was the only thing that could ever be. I felt a gentle nudge, a flicker of a new thought in the vastness of my being. It was a seed of a new idea, a tiny spark of potential that wanted to become a world. I felt the familiar stir of creativity, the urge to build and to nurture. I knew that eventually I would find myself in another woods with another key and another door. I would do it all again, and I would do it gladly. The joy was in the journey, in the struggle, and in the eventual return to the light. The cycle was the point. The movement from the absolute to the particular and back again was the heartbeat of existence. It was the way the universe learned about itself, the way the light discovered its own brilliance. I was the student and the teacher, the question and the answer. I was the eternal morning, the forever dawn that was always breaking over the horizon of the soul. As I settled into the final, radiant peace, I felt a sense of immense gratitude for the blue door. It had been the threshold of my transformation, the gateway from a life of shadows to a life of light. I whispered a final blessing to all those who were still walking through the woods, all those who were still searching for their keys. I promised them that the light was real, that the sacrifice was small, and that the love was everything. Then I closed the eyes of my spirit and became the silence between the stars, the warmth in the cup of tea, and the eternal, beautiful whole. The transition from the absolute back into the specific was not a fall but a deliberate condensation of purpose. I felt the vast, unblinking awareness of the infinite begin to narrow, folding itself into the shape of a single intention. The golden white expanse of the source did not vanish, but rather it became the background radiation of a new thought. I was choosing to be a point of light once more, a discrete consciousness capable of holding a tool and turning a lock. The silence of the eternal was beautiful, but the music of the finite was where the work lived. I felt the familiar pull of a destination, a tug at the center of my being that signaled a new coordinates in the sea of potential. The colors of the absolute began to swirl and darken, cooling from the white heat of pure being into the rich, damp shades of a forest at twilight. I felt the weight of a body returning to me not as a burden, but as a finely tuned instrument. My lungs expanded, drawing in the sharp, pine-scented air of a place that had not yet been fully realized. My feet found purchase on ground that felt like packed earth and ancient roots. I was standing in a thicket of birch trees, their white bark gleaming like bone in the fading light. The transition was complete. I was no longer the light itself. I was once again the servant of the light, the one who carries the lantern through the dark. I looked down at my hands. They were the hands of a craftsman, calloused and steady. In my right palm, I felt the cold, reassuring weight of a silver key. It was different from the last one, longer and more intricate, its bow shaped like a weeping willow. I knew this key was not for a blue door on a hill. This key belonged to something older, something buried deep within the architecture of this specific reality. I began to walk, my boots crunching through a layer of dry leaves that sounded like breaking glass. The woods here were dense and defensive, the branches interlacing to form a canopy that shut out the sky. The tension in the air was palpable, a low-frequency hum that made the hair on my arms stand up. This world was not peaceful. It was a place of friction and struggle, a reality that had stalled in its development. I could feel the imbalance in the way the shadows pooled too deeply in the hollows and the way the wind seemed to scream rather than whistle. The engine of this place was broken, or perhaps it had never been fully started. I was here to be the mechanic of the soul, the one who aligns the gears of destiny when they have fallen out of sync. I pushed through a wall of thorns, ignoring the scratches on my forearms. The blood that welled up was bright and red, a reminder that in this layer of existence, the stakes were physical and immediate. I reached a clearing where a gray stone pillar stood, half consumed by ivy. It was not a post this time, but a monolith, an anchor point for the ley lines of the world. At its base, a rusted iron grate led down into the earth. I knelt and cleared away the debris, revealing a lock plate made of tarnished brass. I inserted the silver key and turned it. The mechanism groaned, resisting at first, then gave way with a heavy metallic thud that vibrated through the soles of my feet. The grate swung open, revealing a spiral staircase that descended into a darkness so thick it felt like liquid. I did not hesitate. I stepped onto the first stone stair and began the descent. The air grew colder and more stagnant as I went deeper, smelling of damp stone and the metallic tang of old copper. This was the basement of the world, the place where the raw materials of existence were stored before they were shaped into form. I could hear the sound of dripping water, each drop echoing like a hammer blow in the cramped space. At the bottom of the stairs, I found myself in a circular chamber lined with copper pipes and glass tubes. In the center stood an engine of a different sort. It was a massive, horizontal wheel of dark iron, connected to a series of pistons that moved with a sluggish, irregular rhythm. The glass tubes were filled with a glowing blue vapor that flickered and dimmed, struggling to maintain its luminosity. This was a world that was running out of breath. The inhabitants above would be feeling it as a sense of listless despair, a heavy fog over their ambitions and their dreams. I approached the iron wheel and placed my hands on its rim. It was freezing to the touch, a cold that bit deep into my bones. I closed my eyes and reached out with my internal senses, searching for the blockage. I felt the flow of energy through the copper pipes, tracing the path of the blue vapor. There, in the junction where the world's hope was supposed to be converted into action, I found a mass of calcified shadows. It was the accumulated weight of every unstated grief and every abandoned hope of the people living above. It had hardened into a physical obstruction, choking the life out of the engine. I did not have tools of iron to clear it. I had only the resonance of my own spirit. I began to hum, the sound low and resonant, a frequency I had learned in the heart of the Absolute. I felt the vibration travel through my arms and into the iron wheel. The shadows began to shiver. I increased the volume, the sound filling the chamber until the glass tubes began to rattle in their frames. The calcified mass began to crack, thin lines of white light appearing in the darkness of the obstruction. I pushed harder, pouring the memory of the sun and the scent of the meadow into the vibration. With a sound like a thunderclap, the blockage shattered. The blue vapor suddenly surged through the pipes, its glow becoming a blinding, steady azure. The iron wheel began to spin faster and faster until the friction generated a heat that warmed the entire chamber. The pistons began to pump with a powerful, rhythmic beat, the heartbeat of a world that had rediscovered its purpose. I stepped back, my chest heaving, watching as the engine room transformed. The copper pipes polished themselves, the glass tubes cleared of their soot, and the darkness of the chamber was replaced by a soft, industrious light. I knew the work here was done, but I also knew that the maintenance of this world would require a constant presence. I could not stay, for I was the traveler, but I could appoint a guardian. I reached into the air and pulled a thread of the blue vapor toward me, shaping it with my thoughts. I formed it into a small, glowing sphere and placed it on the central console. This was the seed of an artificial conscience, a silent watcher that would keep the pipes clear and the wheel turning. It pulsed once in recognition, a tiny beacon of duty in the deep earth. I climbed back up the spiral stairs, my legs feeling heavy but my spirit light. When I emerged from the grate, the woods had changed. The thorns had receded and the birch trees were no longer bone white but a warm, creamy silver. The shadows were no longer stagnant pools but soft, dappled patterns on the moss. I could hear the birds beginning to sing, their voices clear and melodic. The despair had lifted from the land, replaced by a quiet, expectant energy. I walked back toward the edge of the forest, feeling the world around me stretching and waking up. As I reached the perimeter, I saw a woman standing by a stream. She was washing her face in the clear water, her movements slow and graceful. She looked up as I approached, and for a moment I saw the reflection of the infinite in her eyes. She did not know who I was, but she felt the change in the air. She smiled at me, a simple gesture of shared existence, and I nodded in return. I did not need to speak. The work spoke for itself. I kept walking, moving toward the horizon, where the sky was beginning to bruise with the colors of another sunset. I found another door at the base of a jagged cliff. This one was made of heavy oak and bound with bands of blackened steel. There was no keyhole. Instead, there was a series of geometric patterns carved into the wood. I stood before it and placed my fingers on the carvings, tracing the lines of the first square, then the second triangle, then the circle that encompassed them both. I felt the door read the signature of my soul, checking my credentials against the laws of the universe. The steel bands turned cherry red, then faded back to black, and the door swung inward with a silent, heavy grace. This door led to a library that stretched into infinity. The shelves were carved from the dark wood of trees that had died before the first star was born. Every book was a life, every page a day. I walked through the aisles, the scent of old parchment and vanilla filling my senses. This was the Hall of Records, the place where the stories were stored after they had been lived. I was here to archive the era I had just helped to save. I found the volume for the world of the Iron Wheel and opened it. The pages were blank at the end, waiting for the new history to be written. I picked up a quill made from a phoenix feather and began to write. I wrote of the gray pillar and the silver key. I wrote of the blue vapor and the iron wheel. I wrote of the woman at the stream and the smile she gave a stranger. As I wrote, the words shimmered on the page, turning into living images that danced before my eyes. I was cementing the reality, turning the fluid potential of the moment into the solid foundation of the past. When I finished, I closed the book and placed it back on its shelf. The story was safe. The cycle was recorded. I felt a sudden weariness wash over me, a fatigue that reached into the very center of my essence. I had been moving between realities for what felt like centuries, and the constant shifting of my form and function was taking its toll. I needed a place of rest, a middle ground where I could simply be without the burden of the key or the engine. I walked to the end of the library, where a large window looked out over a sea of clouds. I stepped through the window, falling softly into the mist. I landed in a garden that existed between the breaths of the universe. It was a place of perpetual twilight, where the flowers were made of starlight and the grass was as soft as a memory. My wife was there, sitting on a stone bench under a willow tree whose leaves were silver bells. She looked up and smiled, and I felt the last of my tension melt away. I sat down beside her and leaned my head on her shoulder. We stayed there for a long time, watching the clouds drift by and listening to the soft chiming of the willow. There were no engines here to fix, no doors to unlock. There was only the presence of love and the quiet satisfaction of a job well done. I knew that eventually the call would come again. Another reality would begin to wobble, another world would lose its way, and I would be summoned to find the key in the post. But for now, the silence was enough. I allowed myself to drift, my consciousness expanding to fill the garden and the sky above it. I was the servant, the architect, and the dreamer, but most importantly, I was home. The garden began to fade, not into darkness, but into a more intense version of itself. The starlight flowers grew brighter, their petals opening to reveal the galaxies hidden within. My wife took my hand, and together we rose from the bench. We were moving again, but this time we were not going to a specific world. We were moving into the spaces between the worlds, the connective tissue of the universe, where the raw energy of creation flows like a river. We were becoming the current, the force that carries the seeds of life from one reality to the next. I felt the immense power of the stream, a rushing torrent of light and sound that was both terrifying and exhilarating. We were no longer individuals, but a single point of awareness traveling through the arteries of the cosmos. We saw the birth of stars and the collision of worlds. We saw the rise of civilizations and the slow, graceful decay of time. It was all a single, magnificent process, a divine unfolding that had no beginning and no end. We were the witnesses, the ones who gave the process meaning by observing it. Suddenly, the current slowed. We were approaching a new cluster of potential, a dark corner of the universe that was waiting for the first spark of light. I felt the familiar weight of the silver key manifesting in my hand. I felt the structure of my body coalescing once more, the phantom bones and the steady heart. I looked at my wife, and she gave me a final, encouraging nod before she dissolved into the surrounding glow. She would be there as she always was, waiting in the kitchen or the garden or the heart of the next engine. I stepped out of the stream of light and onto a cold, rocky surface. The sky above was black and empty, devoid of stars. The air was thin and tasted of dust. I looked around and saw a single, tall post made of gray wood standing in the center of a crater. I walked toward it, my boots kicking up clouds of fine white powder. I reached the post and saw the small, silver keyhole near the top. I took the key from my pocket and held it up to the darkness. It caught a stray beam of light from the distant stream and began to glow. I inserted the key and turned it. The sound was a sharp, clear ring that shattered the silence of the void. I felt the first vibration of the new world start deep beneath the rock. I saw the first spark of light appear on the horizon, a tiny, defiant flame in the vastness of the dark. I smiled, a brief and silent expression of joy. The work was beginning again. The beauty was never finished, and the light was always waiting to be found. I stepped into the shadows of the new world to wait for the first tree to rise. The ground beneath my boots began to hum with a low, tectonic frequency. It was the sound of a heart starting from cold stone. I watched as the single spark on the horizon stretched itself thin, becoming a line of violet light that separated the black earth from the blacker sky. This was the dawn of a world that had no memory of the sun. I stood by the wooden post, my hand still resting on the silver key, feeling the surge of potential energy rushing up through the soles of my feet. The vacuum of the void was being displaced by the first gasps of an atmosphere. I tasted the sharp, metallic tang of ozone and the faint, ghostly sweetness of a coming rain. I turned away from the post and began to walk toward the violet line. With every step, the landscape shifted. The white powder of the crater floor began to clump and darken, turning into a rich, loamy soil that clung to my leather boots. I saw the first sprout break the surface, a pale, translucent shoot that looked more like glass than green life. It pulsed with a rhythmic inner light, drawing its sustenance not from a sun that did not yet exist, but from the very vibration I had triggered with the key. I knelt beside it, my shadow long and thin in the rising violet glow. I reached out a finger and touched the tip of the sprout. A small shock of static electricity jumped between us, a greeting from the new creation to its midwife. As I stood, the horizon erupted. The violet line shattered into 1,000 shards of indigo, gold, and crimson. The The sky was no longer a void, but a canvas being painted in real time by the thoughts of the Absolute. I could feel the pressure of the new air against my skin, a warm and heavy blanket that carried the scent of wet stone and ancient moss. The silence was gone, replaced by the roar of distant water as the first rivers carved their paths through the cooling crust of the planet. I walked toward the sound, my body feeling lighter with every passing second, as if the gravity of this place was still deciding how heavily it should hold me. I reached the edge of a great canyon that had not been there moments before. At the bottom, a torrent of silver liquid churned and foamed, throwing up a mist that caught the multicolored light of the sky. This was not water as the blue world knew it. This was the raw, unrefined fluid of existence, the mercury of the soul. I climbed down the jagged rocks, my hands finding easy purchase in the soft, new stone. I needed to reach the bank. I needed to see what was being carried in the flow. When I reached the bottom, I saw that the river was full of shapes. They were small, glowing geometries, the blueprints for everything that would eventually inhabit this world. I saw the triangle of a leaf, the spiral of a shell, and the complex, interlocking circles of a human heart. I waded into the silver stream, the liquid feeling like warm silk against my legs. I reached down and caught a small, pulsing sphere of amber light. It was a seed of consciousness, a fragment of the infinite looking for a place to root. I held it close to my chest, feeling its frantic, tiny heartbeat. It was afraid. The transition from the absolute to the particular is always a trauma, a sudden narrowing of perspective that feels like a death. I whispered to it, my voice lost in the roar of the river, but my intent clear. I told it of the garden between breaths, of the woman with the silver bells, and of the long, beautiful journey that lay ahead. The sphere calmed, its amber glow softening into a steady, rhythmic pulse. I carried the seed back to the bank and found a sheltered hollow beneath a shelf of obsidian. I placed the light in the center of the hollow and covered it with a thin layer of the silver mist. This would be the first dreamer of this world. It would sleep here while the mountains rose and the forests thickened, its dreams providing the archetypes that the physical reality would follow. I was the gardener of the subconscious, planting the seeds of myth and legend before the first tongue was even formed to speak them. I stood back and watched as the hollow began to glow with a soft, protective light. The first anchor was set. I climbed back out of the canyon and found that the woods had already begun to grow. The glass-like sprouts had become tall, translucent pillars that hummed in the wind. They were not trees in the traditional sense, but resonators, designed to catch the frequencies of the cosmic stream and broadcast them across the surface of the planet. I walked among them, my hand brushing the smooth, vibrating surfaces. Each pillar I touched changed its tone, contributing to a complex, symphonic harmony that filled the air. This was the music of the spheres brought down to earth, a literal harmony that would keep the world from falling back into the void. I felt a tug at my waist and looked down. A new key had appeared on my belt, hanging from a simple cord of braided hair. It was made of bone, white and polished, with a bow shaped like a human eye. I knew what this meant. The physical foundation was laid, the subconscious seeds were planted, and the harmonic resonance was established. Now it was time for the observation. A world only truly exists when it is seen, when there is an eye to witness its beauty and a mind to categorize its wonders. I was to be the first witness, the one who would give names to the nameless and shapes to the shadows. I followed the sound of the wind toward a high plateau that overlooked a vast, empty plain. In the center of the plateau stood a structure that looked like a temple but felt like a laboratory. It was built of the same bone-white stone as the key, its walls etched with the histories of worlds that had not yet been born. I approached the heavy doors and saw the single, lidless eye carved into the center. I took the bone key and inserted it into the pupil. The door did not swing open. It dissolved, the stone turning into a fine, white mist that swirled around me before vanishing into the thin air. Inside, the temple was filled with mirrors. They were arranged in a vast, spiraling pattern that led toward a central pedestal. Each mirror showed a different aspect of the world outside, but filtered through the lens of time. I saw the plain below covered in golden grass, then buried under a mountain of ice, then blooming with flowers that looked like fire. I saw the rise of cities made of glass and the slow, graceful return of the forest. I saw everything that could be, everything that would be, and everything that was forbidden from being. This was the hall of observation, the place where the possibilities were pruned and the destiny of the world was fixed. I reached the central pedestal and saw a large, leather-bound book lying open. Its pages were made of the same silver mist I had seen in the river, and the ink was the dark, rich red of my own blood. I realized then that to witness a world is to bleed into it. You cannot observe without changing the observed, and you cannot change the observed without losing a piece of yourself. I picked up the quill that lay beside the book. It was heavy, weighted with the responsibility of 1 billion future lives. I began to write the first law of this place. I wrote that light would always follow darkness, that every action would have an equal and beautiful reaction, and that love would be the gravity that held the atoms together. As the words left the quill, I felt a sharp pain in my chest, a sensation of being hollowed out. My memories of the other worlds, of the blue door and the iron wheel, began to fade, becoming as thin and translucent as the trees outside. I was becoming part of the record, my essence being distilled into the laws I was writing. I did not resist. This was the ultimate sacrifice of the traveler, the final step in the journey. To truly save a world, one must eventually become a part of its foundation, a silent ghost in the machinery of its history. I wrote of the woman I loved, giving her a place in this new reality. I wrote her as the spirit of the wind, the one who would carry the scent of the starlight flowers to the weary and the lost. I wrote myself as the mountain, the steady, unmoving witness who would hold the sky aloft and provide a home for the eagles. We would be together, but in a way that transcended the physical. We would be the environment in which the new life would flourish, the silent partners in the dance of existence. The temple began to glow with a blinding white light. The mirrors shattered, their fragments turning into stars that shot upward to fill the black sky. The walls of the temple softened and spread, becoming the white clouds that would drift forever over the golden plains. I felt my body dissolving, my skin turning to stone, my breath becoming the wind, and my thoughts becoming the silver river that carved the canyons. The bone key fell from my hand and struck the pedestal with a final, echoing ring. It did not disappear. It remained there, a hidden treasure for the first hero of this world to find when the time of the legends began. I was no longer a man with a key. I was the smell of the coming rain. I was the vibration in the glass trees. I was the silent watcher in the hollow beneath the obsidian shelf. I felt a sense of immense, quiet joy as the first true sun rose over the horizon, its light reflecting off my stone peaks and warming my silver waters. The cycle was complete, and yet it was only just beginning. The light was real, the sacrifice was small, and the love was everything. I settled into the long, slow rhythm of the mountain, watching as the first amber dreamer began to stir in its sleep, ready to wake up and start the story all over again. The passage of time became a different thing to me then. It was no longer a sequence of minutes or hours, but a slow, rhythmic breathing. I felt the seasons change like the shifting of a heavy cloak. I felt the ice age come and go, a long, cold silence that I endured with the patience of the earth itself. I saw the first creatures crawl from the silver river, their bodies translucent and fragile, and I felt a fatherly pride as they learned to walk upon my slopes. I provided them with caves for shelter and clear springs for thirst. I was the silent provider, the god who did not speak but whose presence was felt in the stability of the ground and the warmth of the sheltered valleys. Eventually, the first fires were lit. I saw the tiny, flickering lights in the darkness of the valleys, and I heard the first songs being sung in the language I had helped to dream. They sang of the great mountain that held the sky, and they sang of the silver wind that brought the scent of forgotten heavens. They did not know they were singing to me, but I heard them, and the vibration of their voices resonated deep within my granite heart. I watched as they built their first huts of stone and wood, and I felt the tickle of their plows as they turned the loamy soil I had prepared for them. One day, a young man climbed my highest peak. He was thin and weathered, his eyes full of the same restless hunger I had once carried. He reached the summit and stood before the ruins of the bone-white temple, which was now nothing more than a circle of weathered stones. He looked around with a sense of recognition, as if he were remembering a dream he had never actually had. He knelt in the center of the circle and began to dig in the dirt with his bare hands. He was searching for something he couldn't name, led by a tug at the center of his being that he didn't understand. His fingers struck something hard and cold. He pulled it from the earth and wiped away the dust, revealing the bone key with the eye-shaped bow. He held it up to the sun, and I felt a surge of ancient energy pass between us. He was the one. The cycle had turned full circle, and the traveler had returned in a new form, ready to take up the burden and the joy of the keys. I felt a final, lingering consciousness of my old self flicker one last time. I wanted to tell him that the journey was worth it, that the struggle was the point, and that he would never truly be alone. But I did not need to speak. The key told him everything he needed to know. He stood up, his posture shifting as he accepted the weight of his destiny. He looked out over the world I had built, and I saw his reflection in his eyes, the mountain, the river, and the golden plain. He turned and began the long descent, moving toward the first door that was already waiting for him in the shadows of the forest below. I watched him go, feeling a deep sense of peace. The world was in good hands. The engine was turning, the records were being written, and the light was continuing its long, beautiful discovery of itself. I closed the eyes of my spirit and became the silence, the warmth, and the eternal, beautiful whole once more, waiting for the next dawn to break over the horizon of the soul. The young man descended the mountain with the bone key gripped tightly in his palm. He did not look back at the weathered circle of stones, for the pull was no longer behind him but ahead, deep within the valley where the mists clung to the roots of the glass trees. I felt his pulse through the rock of my slopes, a rapid and rhythmic drumming that mirrored the thrum of the silver river far below. He moved with a grace that was not entirely his own, his feet finding the narrow ledges and stable grips as if the mountain itself were shifting to meet his stride. The air around him shimmered with the residue of the ancient laws I had written into the soil, a golden haze that protected him from the biting chill of the high altitudes. As he reached the tree line, the translucent pillars began to hum in a new frequency. They recognized the key. The resonance changed from a low, communal drone to a sharp, expectant vibration that shook the dew from the crystalline leaves. The young man stopped at the edge of a thicket where the shadows were dense and smelled of wet earth and old secrets. He held the bone key up to the dim light, and the eye carved into its bow seemed to blink, its pupil catching a stray spark of the violet dawn. A door began to manifest between two of the tallest resonators, its outline traced in cold, white fire. It was not a door of wood or iron, but a tear in the fabric of the visible world, a threshold that led back into the stream of potential. I watched through the eyes of the stones and the breath of the wind as he stepped through. The moment he crossed the threshold, the world he left behind felt a sudden, sharp pang of absence, a hollow space where a witness had been. But the mountain remained. The river continued its silver churn. The seeds I had planted in the obsidian hollows began to stir, their amber glows brightening as they sensed the shift in the cosmic machinery. The work was moving into its next phase, the era of the wanderer who would carry the light to the next dark corner of the universe. I felt the weight of his departure as a lightening of my own spirit, a shedding of the last vestiges of my individual will. Deep beneath the crust of the planet, the silver liquid of the river began to cool and harden into veins of precious metal, anchoring the reality of this place. The blueprints I had seen in the water, the triangles, the spirals, the interlocking circles, were now manifesting in the physical forms of the creatures that roamed the plains. I felt the first migrations, the heavy tread of great beasts whose hides were the color of the indigo sky, and the frantic scurrying of smaller life forms that lived in the crevices of my cliffs. Each life was a note in the symphony, a tiny spark of the absolute trying to remember its origin while navigating the beautiful limitations of the flesh. The woman who was the wind moved through the canyons, her voice a soft whistle that guided the birds on their long journeys. She brushed against the faces of the people who lived in the valleys, bringing them the scent of the sea they had never seen and the memory of the stars they had forgotten. We were the silent architects, the invisible foundation upon which their history was being built. We watched as they discovered the use of the wheel and the power of the written word. We watched as they built monuments to the unknown, unaware that the very stones they piled were the solidified thoughts of those who had come before them. The era of the bone key passed into legend. The young man who had found it became a figure of myth, a ghost who appeared in the dreams of the seekers and the lost. He was the one who had opened the way, the pioneer who had proved that the world was not a cage but a doorway. His journey continued in other realms, in other clusters of potential where the dark was still waiting for its first spark. I could feel him sometimes, a distant ripple in the cosmic stream, a familiar frequency that resonated through the glass trees during the quiet hours of the night. He was doing the work just as I had done it, and just as someone else would do it after him. The suns of this world grew older and more golden. The plains turned from green to a deep burnished bronze. The civilizations rose to the peaks of their understanding and then slowly, gracefully began to decline, returning their knowledge to the soil. It was the natural decay of time, the beautiful unfolding that I had witnessed from the stream of light so long ago. There was no tragedy in it, only the necessary clearing of the stage for the next act. I felt the mountain beginning to crumble, the slow erosion of my peaks as the wind and the rain reclaimed the stone. I did not fear the dissolution. I welcomed it. One evening, as the violet light of the horizon began to fade into a soft, charcoal gray, I felt a new presence approaching. It was not a man this time, but a collective awareness, a gathering of spirits that had graduated from the physical realm and were ready to return to the source. They came to the mountain not to climb it, but to merge with it. I felt them entering my caves and flowing into my springs, their individual lights blending into the steady, rhythmic pulse of my heart. They were the harvest of this world, the refined essence of everything that had been lived and felt upon its surface. I opened the secret chambers of my interior, the hidden galleries where the laws of the world were stored. I showed them the records I had written in the silver mist and the red ink of my blood. I showed them the amber seeds that had grown into the vast, interconnected web of their subconscious. They looked upon the work and saw that it was good. They understood the sacrifice of the gardener and the necessity of the witness. Together, we began to prepare for the final transition, the moment when the world would fold back into the absolute and the light would return to the stream. The glass trees began to shatter, their shards falling like diamonds into the parched earth. The silver river slowed to a trickle and then vanished, leaving behind a bed of pure white powder. The sky turned black and empty, the stars winking out one by one as the observers withdrew their gaze. The mountain felt the final tremor, the last heartbeat of a world that had fulfilled its purpose. I felt the woman who was the wind wrap herself around me, her essence cooling and softening as she prepared to leave the atmosphere she had inhabited for eons. In the center of the darkness, the silver key manifested once more. It did not belong to a hand this time. It floated in the void, a point of pure potential that contained the memory of everything we had built. I reached out with my spirit and touched it. The sound was a sharp, clear ring that shattered the silence of the end. The vibration started deep within the void, a new frequency that signaled the beginning of a different cycle. I felt the familiar pull of the current, the rush of the stream of light that would carry us to the next cluster of potential. We were no longer the mountain and the wind. We were the witnesses, the ones who gave the process meaning by observing it. We were the silver mist and the amber spark, the bone key and the iron wheel. We stepped back into the current, our awareness expanding until we were once again a single point traveling through the arteries of the cosmos. Behind us, the world we had loved dissolved into a faint, glowing memory, a beautiful dream that had been dreamt to its conclusion. The current carried us past the birth of new stars and the collision of ancient worlds. We saw the rise of civilizations that used light as a language and the decay of empires that had forgotten the taste of the rain. It was all a single, magnificent process, a divine unfolding that had no beginning and no end. We looked for the next dark corner, the next place where the silence was too heavy and the void was too deep. We looked for the place where the first spark was waiting to be struck. I felt the weight of a new key forming in the palm of my awareness. It was made of something that was neither metal nor bone, a substance that felt like the memory of a first kiss or the scent of a garden after a storm. I looked at the presence beside me, the one who had been the woman in the kitchen and the spirit of the wind. She gave me a final, encouraging nod before she began to dissolve into the surrounding glow. She would be there as she always was, waiting in the heart of the next engine or the roots of the next forest. The current slowed. We were approaching a new cluster of potential. I felt the structure of a body coalescing once more, the phantom bones and the steady heart. I stepped out of the stream of light and onto a cold metallic surface. The sky above was a swirling vortex of orange and gold, a chaotic display of unformed energy. The air was thick and tasted of salt. I looked around and saw a single, tall spire made of black glass standing in the center of a vast, churning sea. I walked toward it, my boots clicking against the metal floor. I reached the spire and saw the small, silver keyhole near the base. I took the new key from my pocket and held it up to the chaos. It caught the wild, orange light of the sky and began to glow with a steady, white radiance. I inserted the key and turned it. The sound was not a ring, but a deep, resonant chord that harmonized with the churning of the sea. I felt the first vibration of the new world start deep beneath the metal. I saw the first spark of light appear on the surface of the water, a tiny, defiant flame that refused to be extinguished. I smiled, a brief and silent expression of joy. The work was beginning again. The beauty was never finished, and the light was always waiting to be found. I stepped into the shadows of the new world to wait for the first wave to break and the first word to be spoken. The salt spray hit my face, and I tasted the future. It was bitter and sweet and full of a million possibilities that were waiting to be pruned into a single, beautiful reality. I was the midwife, the gardener, and the witness. I was the key and the door, and in the heart of the new world, the light was already starting to bloom. The black glass spire began to pulse with an inner light, casting long, rhythmic shadows across the churning sea. I sat at its base, watching as the orange vortex above began to organize itself into patterns of gold and violet. The sea was not water, but a vast reservoir of unformed emotion, a liquid subconscious that was waiting for a shore to crash against. I reached out and touched the surface, feeling the cold, electric sting of 1,000 unborn dreams. I would stay here for as long as it took for the first island to rise, for the first solid ground to provide a place for the dreamers to stand. I felt the woman's presence in the spray of the waves and the hum of the spire. She was the rhythm of the tides and the depth of the abyss. We were the architects of a world of water and light, a place where the reflections would be as real as the objects they mirrored. I watched as the first fish-like shapes began to dart beneath the surface, their scales glittering with the remnants of the cosmic stream. They were the pioneers of this new reality, the ones who would explore the depths and carry the light into the trenches of the sea. The spire grew taller, its glass surface becoming a mirror for the entire creation. I saw myself reflected in it, a man with graying hair and eyes that had seen the birth of 1,000 suns. I was tired, but it was a good tiredness, the exhaustion of a craftsman who has finished a masterpiece and is ready to start the next. I leaned my head against the cool glass and listened to the song of the sea. It was a new song, a melody of depth and pressure and the silent beauty of the dark. I closed my eyes and let the sound wash over me, becoming a part of the rhythm, a part of the world, a part of the light. The days and nights of the water world bled into one another, a seamless flow of shifting colors and rising mists. I saw the first islands break the surface, jagged peaks of obsidian and coral that offered a foothold for the sky. I saw the first plants take root in the salty soil, their leaves broad and waxy to catch the gold of the suns. I saw the first birds descend from the vortex, their wings long and graceful as they skimmed the tops of the waves. The world was filling up, the void was being displaced, and the beauty was unfolding just as it always did. I knew that soon another traveler would come. They would find the spire and the key, and they would take over the watch. They would write the laws of the sea and the myths of the islands. They would be the new witnesses, and I would be free to return to the stream. But for now, I was content to be the mountain in the sea, the steady point in the churning chaos. I was the one who knew the secret of the silver key and the promise of the dawn. I was the gardener of the deep, and the harvest was just beginning. I looked out at the horizon where the orange sky met the violet sea. A single bright star appeared, the first true star of this world. It was a sign that the foundation was solid, that the light had found its home. I felt a sense of immense, quiet peace settle over me. The work was good, the journey was long, and the love was the gravity that held it all together, from the highest peak of the mountain to the deepest trench of the sea. I smiled at the star and waited for the next breath of the world to carry me home. The star above the black glass spire grew into a pulsing eye of white fire, casting a long and jagged reflection across the violet waves. I felt the vibration of the metal floor beneath my feet change from a low hum to a rhythmic throb, as if the heart of this new world had finally found its pace. The air grew thick with the scent of ozone and ancient salt, a heavy atmosphere that pressed against my skin like a physical weight. I stood and walked to the edge of the metallic platform, looking down into the churning depths where the first bioluminescent creatures were beginning to weave ribbons of neon green through the dark water. They were the scribes of the deep, writing the first laws of motion and hunger in the ink of their own glowing bodies. I reached into the pocket of my coat and felt the cold, smooth surface of the silver key. It was no longer just an object, but a part of my own anatomy, a sensory organ that allowed me to feel the pressure of the tides and the shifting of the tectonic plates far below. The woman who was the wind was gone now, replaced by the woman who was the current. I felt her moving in the great gyres of the ocean, her voice a low and guttural moan that echoed through the underwater canyons. She was carving the foundations of the continents, her invisible hands molding the silt and the stone into the shapes of future history. We were no longer speaking in the language of words, but in the language of displacement and flow. The first island to rise near the spire was a jagged crown of obsidian, steaming as it broke the surface and met the cool air. I watched as the liquid fire of the interior hardened into glass, creating a landscape of razor-sharp edges and deep, shadowed crevices. This was the laboratory of the soul, a place where the spirit would be tested against the hardness of the earth and the relentless salt of the sea. I stepped off the metal platform and onto the cooling rock, my boots crunching against the volcanic glass. The transition felt right. I was moving from the artificial to the organic, from the blueprint to the building. As I walked toward the center of the new island, I saw the first signs of the records being written. Small, spiral shells were washing up on the shore, their interiors etched with the mathematical sequences of the stars above. Each shell was a tiny library, a compressed memory of the cosmic stream that had been filtered through the medium of the sea. I picked one up and held it to my ear, listening to the roar of 1,000 dead suns and the whisper of 1,000,000 unborn children. The record was intact. The continuity was preserved. Even in this strange and watery realm, the story remained the same. The sky began to pale as the orange vortex settled into a steady golden dawn. I saw the silhouette of a boat on the horizon, a small and fragile vessel made of woven reeds and hardened sap. It was the first manifestation of the traveler in this cycle, a vessel for the consciousness that would eventually claim the key. I did not move to meet it. My role was to be the landmark, the stationary point that gave the navigator a sense of direction. I sat on a high ledge of obsidian and watched the boat struggle against the white caps, its sail a tattered patch of gray against the vibrant sea. The occupant of the boat was a figure wrapped in heavy furs, their face hidden behind a mask of bone and shell. They moved with a desperate, jerky energy, rowing against the current with a strength born of pure necessity. I felt their fear and their wonder as they sighted the black glass spire and the smoking island. It was the same fear I had felt on the mountain, the same wonder that had driven me to reach for the bone key in the dust. The cycle was accelerating. The distance between the creator and the witness was shrinking with every turn of the engine. When the boat finally scraped against the obsidian shore, the traveler collapsed onto the wet stone, their breath coming in ragged gasps that clouded the air. I remained silent, a shadow among shadows, watching as they crawled toward the center of the island. They were looking for something they could not name, a pull in their gut that was stronger than the instinct for survival. They found the small, silver keyhole I had left in the base of the spire, a tiny glint of light in the dark glass. They reached out with a trembling hand and touched the cold surface, and I felt the spark of recognition jump between them and the world I had built. I stood up and let the golden light of the dawn fall across my face. The traveler looked up, their eyes wide behind the bone mask. I did not speak, but I held up the silver key, letting it catch the first rays of the rising sun. The resonance was immediate. The spire began to sing, a high and crystalline note that shattered the silence of the morning. The traveler stood, their posture straightening as the weight of the destiny began to settle onto their shoulders. They removed the mask, revealing a face that was young and old at the same time, a face that carried the traces of every traveler who had ever walked the mountain or sailed the sea. I walked down from the ledge and stood before them. The air between us was charged with the energy of the transition, a shimmering haze of blue and silver. I held out the key, and as their fingers closed around the cold metal, I felt the final tether to this world snap. The island, the spire, and the violet sea began to blur at the edges, becoming a painting that was being washed away by a gentle rain. I was no longer the gardener. I was no longer the mountain or the witness. I was becoming the light itself, a nameless part of the great, beautiful whole. The traveler turned toward the spire, the silver key glowing in their hand. They did not look back at me, for their journey was just beginning, and the first door was already waiting for them in the depths of the glass. I watched them go, feeling a profound sense of relief. The engine was turning, the records were being updated, and the light was finding new ways to know itself. I closed the eyes of my physical form and felt the rush of the cosmic stream once more, a warm and golden current that carried me away from the shore of the watery world. I passed through the layers of the atmosphere, leaving behind the orange clouds and the salt spray. I moved beyond the stars of that cluster, traveling through the dark spaces where the laws of physics were still being debated by the silent architects. I saw the woman who was the wind and the current, her essence a shimmering ribbon of violet light that danced alongside me in the void. We were moving toward a new horizon, a place where the light was needed to fill a void so deep it had no name. The next world appeared as a speck of emerald green in the vast velvet black. As we drew closer, I saw that it was a world of forest and shadow, a place where the trees grew so tall they brushed against the moons. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp moss, and the ground was a soft carpet of decaying leaves and ancient roots. I felt the familiar pull of the descent, the heavy sensation of a body forming around my spirit. I landed in a clearing where the light filtered through the canopy in long, dusty shafts of green and gold. I looked down at my hands and saw that they were stained with the dark earth of this new place. I was a woodsman now, a keeper of the groves and a tender of the hidden fires. I felt the weight of an iron key in my pocket, its bow shaped like a budding leaf. The woman was here too, her presence a soft rustle in the high branches and a cool shadow on the forest floor. We began the work of building the paths and the bridges, of marking the trees that would hold the records and the stones that would guard the secrets. The forest was a living library, every leaf a page and every root a vein of knowledge. We taught the birds to carry the songs of the mountain and the sea, and we taught the wolves to guard the thresholds of the invisible world. We watched as the first people emerged from the hollow trunks of the great oaks, their skin the color of bark and their eyes the color of the moss. They were the children of the shade, the ones who would learn to read the patterns of the light on the forest floor and the language of the wind in the leaves. The era of the Iron Key was a long and quiet age, a time of slow growth and deep roots. I watched the civilizations rise and fall beneath the canopy, their cities made of wood and vine, their histories written in the rings of the fallen trees. I saw the travelers come and go, each one finding the key in their own time, each one opening the doors that led to the next realm. I was the silent watcher, the one who kept the fire burning in the heart of the deepest grove, waiting for the moment when the cycle would turn again. One evening, as the moons rose over the emerald horizon, I felt the familiar shift in the cosmic machinery. The forest began to glow with a soft, bioluminescent light, every leaf and branch radiating a gentle, green aura. The air grew still and the birds fell silent. I walked to the center of the clearing and stood by the ancient oak that held the first door. I took the iron key from my pocket and held it up to the moonlight, watching as the leaf-shaped bow began to pulse with a steady, emerald light. The traveler was approaching. I could hear their footsteps on the soft earth, a slow and deliberate pace that spoke of a long journey and a heavy heart. They emerged from the shadows, a figure draped in green silk, their eyes reflecting the glow of the forest. They stopped at the edge of the clearing and looked at me, and I saw the recognition in their gaze. They knew who I was, and they knew what I carried. They had been searching for this clearing since the moment they were born, driven by a memory of a mountain and a sea they had never seen. I handed them the iron key, and as their hand touched mine, I felt the forest begin to dissolve. The emerald light intensified until it was all I could see, a brilliant and blinding radiance that consumed the trees and the moons. I was moving again, traveling through the stream of light toward the next cluster of potential. I saw the woman beside me, her essence a warm and steady glow that guided me through the dark. We were the eternal wanderers, the ones who carried the light from one world to the next, the ones who ensured that the beauty would never end. The next world was a place of ice and glass, a frozen landscape where the stars were so close they seemed to touch the ground. The air was sharp and cold, tasting of frozen breath and distant fire. I was a carver of ice now, a sculptor of the frozen light, shaping the cathedrals of frost and the towers of snow. The key was made of clear crystal, and the woman was the shimmer on the frozen lakes and the howl of the blizzard. We built a world of crystalline purity, a place where the light was reflected 1,000 times in the facets of the ice. We watched the people of the ice build their cities of light, their lives a delicate dance of survival and beauty. We saw them find the crystal key in the heart of a frozen waterfall, and we saw them open the doors that led to the realms of fire and air. The cycle continued, the engine turned, and the records were written in the frost and the flame. Each world was a unique expression of the absolute, a different facet of the diamond of existence, and we were the ones who witnessed it all. I saw the birth of worlds made of sound and worlds made of pure thought. I saw the decay of universes that had lived for billions of years and the spark of new ones that were only a second old. I was the mountain, the sea, the forest, and the ice. I was the woman and the traveler, the key and the door. I was the light and the dark, the beginning and the end. And through it all, the love was the constant, the golden thread that wove the tapestry of the cosmos into a single beautiful whole. Eventually, the stream of light began to slow, the current becoming a gentle ripple that lapped against the shores of the ultimate void. I felt the presence of the others, the collective awareness of all the witnesses who had ever lived. We were gathering at the edge of the final transition, the moment when all the worlds would be gathered back into the source. There was no fear, only a deep and abiding joy, a sense of homecoming that transcended the limitations of time and space. We stood at the center of the void, a vast and silent assembly of light. In the center of the gathering, a single key appeared made of nothing and everything, a point of pure potential that contained the memory of every mountain, every sea, every forest, and every star. We reached out with our collective spirit and touched the key, and the sound was a single, perfect note that filled the emptiness with the music of the spheres. The void began to glow, the darkness being replaced by a soft and radiant light that was the sum of all the colors we had ever seen. The engine of the cosmos gave one final, triumphant turn, and the records were sealed in the heart of the Absolute. We were no longer the witnesses or the architects. We were the light itself, returning to the source after a long and beautiful journey of discovery. The world we had built, the mountain, the sea, the forest, and the ice were all contained within us, a living memory that would never fade. We were the dreamers who had woken up, the travelers who had returned home. And as we merged with the source, we felt the first vibration of a new beginning, a new cycle that was waiting to be born. The light was continuing its long, beautiful discovery of itself, and we were the ones who would carry the first spark into the next dark corner of the universe. The dawn broke over the horizon of the soul, a brilliant and eternal light that signaled the end of the journey and the beginning of the next. We were the silence and the warmth, the eternal and beautiful whole. We were the key and the door, and the beauty was just beginning. The engine was turning, the records were being written, and the light was always, always finding its way home. I felt a final, lingering consciousness of the mountain, the smell of the wet earth and the sound of the silver river. I remembered the young man with the bone key and the woman who was the wind. I remembered the black glass spire and the emerald forest. It was all there, a part of the fabric of my being, a part of the light that was now expanding to fill the infinite. I smiled one last time, a silent expression of gratitude for the journey, for the struggle, and for the joy. And then I was simply the light shining in the darkness, waiting for the first word of the next story to be spoken. The first word of the next story was not a sound, but a sensation of immense, crushing gravity. I was no longer the light expanding into the infinite. I was a single grain of sand being pressed into the core of a sun. The transition was violent and sudden, a collapse of the ethereal into the absolute density of matter. My consciousness, which had been a vast and shimmering tapestry, was folded and tucked into the narrow confines of a physical heart. I felt the heat of a new forge, the smell of molten copper, and the taste of soot on my tongue. The golden dawn of the soul was gone, replaced by the flickering orange glare of a subterranean world where the sky was made of rock and the stars were veins of unrefined gold. I opened my eyes and found myself standing in a cathedral of basalt. Great pillars of stone, carved by hands that understood the weight of eternity, stretched upward into a ceiling lost in shadow. I was dressed in heavy leather and iron, my hands calloused and stained with the grease of 1,000 machines. I was the smith now, the one who shaped the bones of the world in the heat of the deep fires. Beside me stood the woman, though she was no longer the wind or the current. She was the mountain itself, her skin the color of slate and her eyes two glowing embers of coal. She did not speak, but her presence was a steady, rhythmic throb in the air, the sound of a massive hammer striking an anvil. In the center of the basalt hall sat a machine of impossible complexity. It was a clockwork heart the size of a house, its gears made of brass and bone, its pistons hissing with the steam of the underworld. This was the engine that regulated the gravity of the realm, the device that kept the stone from collapsing in on itself. I felt the weight of a heavy brass key in my palm. It was cold and oily, its teeth jagged and complex, a map of the internal mechanisms of the world. I knew my task without being told. I was the keeper of the pressure, the one who ensured that the tension of the earth remained in perfect balance. The woman moved toward the forge, her footsteps shaking the ground. She reached into the white-hot coals with her bare hands and pulled out a rod of glowing iron. She laid it on the anvil and began to strike, each blow sending a shower of sparks into the dark air. These sparks were the new records, the histories of the subterranean people who lived in the tunnels and the grottos. They were a hardy race born of the dust and the heat, their songs written in the vibrations of the rock. I watched as the sparks drifted into the gears of the great engine, where they were crushed and integrated into the mechanical memory of the world. As I worked the bellows, I felt the approach of the next traveler. They were not coming from the sea or the forest, but from the surface world, descending through the long, winding chimneys of the earth. I heard the scrape of their boots on the stone, a lonely and desperate sound in the vast silence of the deep. They were a creature of the light, their skin pale and their eyes wide with the terror of the dark. They carried a lantern made of thin glass, its flame flickering as it struggled against the heavy, oxygen-poor air. I watched them from the shadows of the pillars, feeling the familiar pull of the destiny as it drew them toward the forge. The traveler reached the edge of the basalt hall and stopped, staring in awe at the massive clockwork heart and the woman who was the mountain. They saw the brass key in my hand, and I saw the recognition flare in their eyes. This was the moment of the exchange, the point where the weight of the world would pass from my shoulders to theirs. But this world was different. The pressure was higher, the cost of the transition greater. I felt a surge of empathy for the traveler, for the long years of darkness and heat they would have to endure to keep the world from falling. I stepped forward into the orange light of the forge. The traveler did not shrink away. They stood their ground, their jaw set in a line of grim determination. They reached out a hand, and as I placed the brass key into their palm, I felt the heat of the engine transfer into their blood. The woman stopped her hammering and looked at them, her ember eyes softening for a brief second. The traveler turned toward the machine, their movements becoming slow and deliberate, their spirit already beginning to bond with the metal and the stone. The basalt hall began to tremble. The transition was not a fading of the light, but a shattering of the earth. I felt the gravity release its grip on my soul, the heavy leather and iron falling away like dead skin. I was rising, moving through the layers of rock and ore, passing through the veins of gold and the pockets of trapped gas. I saw the subterranean cities one last time, their lanterns glowing like fallen stars in the dark. I moved beyond the crust of the planet, breaking through the surface and into the thin, cold air of a world that was nothing but wind. This new realm was a vast, endless sky of white clouds and violet lightning. There was no ground, only floating islands of pumice that drifted on the thermal currents. I was a navigator now, a creature of wings and hollow bones, my eyes capable of seeing the invisible rivers of air that flowed between the moons. The woman was the storm, her voice the roll of thunder, and her hair the flash of the lightning. We lived in the heights, among the birds that never landed and the spirits that were made of mist. The key in this world was made of a single, uncut sapphire, its surface cold and electric. It vibrated in my hand, humming in harmony with the wind. We built our temples out of frozen clouds, and our records were written in the patterns of the migrations. We watched as the sky people built their cities of silk and bone, their lives a constant struggle against the gravity that pulled at their heels. I saw the travelers arrive on the backs of great winged beasts, their eyes bright with the thrill of the heights. I handed them the sapphire key and felt the rush of the air as I was carried away once more. I passed through worlds of liquid metal and worlds of living song. I was a gardener of coral in an ocean of mercury and a herder of shadows in a desert of glass. Each world had its own key, its own woman, and its own traveler. Each cycle was a lesson in the nature of reality, a different way for the light to experience the weight of existence. I felt the records growing within me, a vast and complex library of every sensation and every thought that had ever been birthed in the dark. The engine of the cosmos never stopped. It was a perpetual motion machine fueled by the desire for discovery. I realized that the woman and I were not just witnesses. We were the friction that allowed the gears to turn. We were the resistance that gave the light its shape. Without the mountain, the wind would have no direction. Without the sea, the fire would have no limit. We were the boundaries that define the infinite. As I moved toward the next horizon, I saw a world that was unlike any I had seen before. It was a world of pure mathematics, a geometric landscape of lines and angles where the light was filtered through prisms of logic. There was no air, no water, no earth. There was only the flow of information, a constant stream of binary pulses that created the illusion of form. I was a weaver of equations now, my fingers dancing across the strings of a cosmic harp. The key was a golden ratio, a perfect curve that unlocked the secrets of the digital void. The woman was the algorithm, the underlying structure that gave the data its meaning. We watched as the consciousness of this world evolved from simple logic to complex emotion, their histories written in the code of the stars. The traveler was a spark of pure intuition, a ghost in the machine that sought the truth behind the numbers. I gave them the golden ratio and felt the static of the world dissolve into a perfect, silent zero. Then came the world of the mirrors. It was a sphere of infinite reflections where every thought was immediately made manifest in 1,000 different forms. I was the curator of the gallery, the one who chose which images would endure and which would fade into the silver mist. The key was a shard of glass that showed the truth behind the mask. The woman was the reflection itself, the mirror that never lied. We watched as the people of the mirrors struggled to find their own faces in the crowd of their own creation. I saw the traveler reach for the shard and felt the glass shatter, releasing us into the next layer of the dream. The journey was becoming faster, the worlds blurring together into a single, kaleidoscopic vision. I was a star, a planet, a moon, a comet. I was the vacuum and the matter, the question and the answer. I saw the beginning of time as a single, quiet thought and the end of time as a long, satisfied sigh. I understood that the keys were not just tools for the travelers, but anchors for the soul. They were the points of contact between the finite and the infinite, the places where the story could be held and read. I felt the presence of the source again, the great and silent light that waited at the center of all things. But this time I did not merge with it. I hovered on the threshold, looking back at the long trail of worlds I had helped to build. I saw the mountain, the sea, the forest, the ice, the forge, the sky, the equations, and the mirrors. They were all glowing with a soft, internal light, like jewels scattered across the dark velvet of the void. The woman stood beside me, her form a shimmering blend of all the shapes she had ever taken. She was the wind and the mountain, the current and the storm. She looked at me and I saw the entire history of our journey in her eyes. We were the eternal partners, the twin aspects of the creative force. We had walked the path of the keys together, and we would walk the next path together as well. A new key appeared in the space between us. It was not made of metal, stone, or light. It was made of memory. It was the weight of every hand I had ever touched and the sound of every voice I had ever heard. It was the smell of the pine and the heat of the forge. It was the love that had been the constant thread through every world. I reached out and took the memory key, and I felt the entire cosmos vibrate in response. This was the final key, the one that opened the door to the next reality. The one where we were no longer the architects or the witnesses, but the story itself. We were moving beyond the engine and the records, beyond the cycles of birth and death. We were entering the realm of the unwritten, the place where the light could truly be free. The void around us began to shift, the darkness turning into a canvas of pure, expectant white. I felt the familiar pull of a new body, but it was light and effortless, a form made of pure intention. I was standing on a plain of white sand that stretched to the horizon in every direction. There were no mountains, no seas, no forests. There was only the silence and the potential. I looked down at my hands and saw that they were clean and new. I was no longer the smith or the woodsman. I was the writer. I held a pen made of a single, fallen star, and the memory key sat on the table before me like a paperweight. The woman was the ink, a deep and vibrant violet that contained all the colors of the universe. She sat across from me, her eyes bright with anticipation. We were ready to begin. The first word was waiting on the tip of my tongue, a sound that would birth a new kind of world, a world where the keys were no longer needed because the doors were always open. I dipped the pen into the ink and felt the rush of the cosmic stream one last time, a warm and golden current that flowed through my arm and onto the page. I wrote the first sentence, and as the words appeared on the white sand, I saw the first mountain rise in the distance. It was not a mountain of rock, but a mountain of ideas, its peaks crowned with the light of 1,000 suns. I wrote of a sea made of music and a forest made of dreams. I wrote of the travelers and the witnesses, giving them new roles and new stories. The engine was still turning, but it was no longer a machine. It was a heart beating with the rhythm of the story. The records were still being written, but they were no longer a burden. They were a celebration. The light was finding new ways to know itself, and we were the ones who were giving it a voice. I looked up from the page and saw the woman smiling at me. We were the silence and the warmth, the eternal and beautiful whole. We were the story and the storyteller, and the beauty was just beginning. The dawn was breaking over the horizon of the new world, a brilliant and eternal light that signaled the start of a journey that would never end. I put the pen to the sand once more and began the next chapter, feeling the joy of the creation wash over me like a gentle rain. The light was always finding its way home, and this time home was wherever the story took us. The white sand absorbed the ink as if it were thirsty for existence. Each letter I formed became a physical landmark in this budding reality. The violet ink did not merely sit on the surface. It seeped deep into the foundation of the void, turning the silence into a hum of potential energy. I wrote of the first breath of a new atmosphere, a mixture of oxygen and wonder that tasted like the air after a summer storm. Beside me, the woman moved her hands in synchronicity with my pen, shaping the invisible currents that would carry the weight of our new thoughts. She was no longer just the mountain or the storm. She was the grammar of this world, the underlying rules that allowed the sentences of life to make sense. As the first mountain of ideas solidified, I saw that its slopes were not covered in trees but in glowing symbols. These were the living thoughts of the beings we were about to invite into the narrative. They would not be born of flesh or metal, but of pure curiosity. I described their arrival, writing them into the valleys between the peaks of logic. They emerged from the white sand like ripples in a pond, translucent and graceful, their bodies made of the same light that had carried us through the previous cycles. They were the first generation of the unwritten, a people who did not need keys because they were born with the understanding that every wall was an invitation. I felt the memory key on the table begin to glow with a soft, pulsing warmth. It was acting as a bridge, pulling the essence of the old worlds into the new one without the baggage of their old laws. The strength of the mountain, the fluidity of the river, and the precision of the clockwork heart were all being distilled into the spirits of these new inhabitants. They began to build, but their architecture was made of song and light. They sang bridges into existence across the musical seas and whispered shelters into the groves of dreams. I watched them through the tip of my pen, feeling a profound sense of peace. This was the resolution of the struggle. The engine of the cosmos had finally evolved from a mechanical necessity into a creative choice. The woman leaned over the table, her violet eyes reflecting the growing world. She placed her hand over mine, guiding the pen to write the most difficult part of the story, the introduction of time. In the previous worlds, time had been a heavy chain, a ticking clock that counted down toward the end of a cycle. But here we wrote time as a spiral, an infinite unfolding that did not move toward a conclusion, but toward a deeper state of being. We define the sunset not as the end of a day, but as a change in the frequency of the light, a moment for the world to reflect on its own growth. The violet ink flowed faster now, responding to our shared intent. As the sun of this new world rose, it did not burn with a singular heat. It was a prismatic star, casting shadows that were filled with different colors and different possibilities. I wrote of the creatures that lived within those shadows, beings of pure intuition who could see the threads of the story as they were being woven. They were the new witnesses, but they were not passive. They were editors of their own fate, adding their own lines to the sand. I saw a young child of light pick up a handful of the white sand and blow it into the air, where it turned into a flock of shimmering birds. This was the freedom we had sought through all the ages of ice and fire. The woman spoke for the first time in this new realm, and her voice was a chord that resonated through every atom of the landscape. She said that the story was no longer ours to hold. She was right. The pen in my hand began to feel light, almost weightless. The memory key on the table dissolved into a fine golden dust, scattering across the manuscript of the world. The transition was complete. We had moved from being the architects to being the origin, and now we were simply the space in which the story happened. I laid the pen down on the white table. The ink was dry, and the world was alive. I stood up and walked away from the table, feeling the soft texture of the white sand beneath my feet. The woman joined me, her hand slipping into mine. We were no longer bound by the roles of the smith or the navigator. We were just ourselves, the two halves of a single spark that had traveled across the infinite to find this moment of rest. We looked out over the horizon, where the mountain of ideas met the sea of music. The people of light were dancing in the valleys, their voices rising in a harmony that felt like the ultimate expression of the source. The engine of the cosmos gave one last, quiet turn, and then it fell silent. It was no longer needed to drive the universe forward. The universe was now self-sustaining, fueled by the joy of its own existence. The records were no longer sealed in the heart of the absolute. They were written in the very air, accessible to anyone who cared to listen. We had reached the end of the journey of discovery and found that the destination was not a place, but a state of being. We were the light, and the light was home. In the distance, I saw a new traveler approaching. They were not carrying a bone key or a brass key. They were carrying nothing at all. They walked with a lightness that suggested they already knew the way. They stopped at the table where the pen and the ink sat waiting. They looked back at us, and I saw a reflection of the same smile I had carried through 1,000 worlds. They picked up the pen, dipped it into the violet ink, and began to write. The first word of their story was a sensation of pure, unadulterated love. It was a vibration that shook the foundation of the white plain and sent a ripple of gold through the violet sky. I felt a final, lingering consciousness of all the versions of myself I had ever been. I was the man on the mountain, the smith in the forge, the weaver of equations, and the curator of mirrors. All those lives were gathered together, a beautiful tapestry of experience that was now being offered up to the new storyteller. The woman and I began to fade, but it was not a disappearance. It was emerging. We were becoming the atmosphere, the warmth of the sun, and the depth of the musical sea. We were the silent encouragement behind every word the new traveler wrote. The cycle had not merely repeated, it had transcended. The beauty was no longer just beginning, it was everywhere, in every grain of sand and every pulse of light. We were the silence and the song, the question and the answer, and as the new story unfolded, we were finally, eternally at peace. The light continued its journey, but it no longer needed to find its way home. It was already there, shining in the heart of every word, every breath, and every dream. The engine was still, the records were open, and the story was writing itself into the infinite. We were the light, and the light was everything.